schools have had to adapt because of the pandemic, but we're getting through it with flying colours.
We can help each other to address the things that are important to us in education.
We want to share ideas with anyone who wants to for the communities.
We need to keep the good ideas coming, so join us at the next EACT Ideas Conference.
A warm welcome to the Ideas Conference and EACT and TESS partnership. I'm Jane Millward, the Chief Executive of EACT. We're 28 schools in England, serving some of the most wonderfully diverse communities in the country. It's great to see so many people here today. We've had over 1,300 bookings from people working in schools and elsewhere from across the country. We felt that this was a really important thing to do. If an idea can help just one person, we think it should be shared. These conferences are about passing on good ideas around. Today, we are going to hear from an incredible lineup of speakers and be answering the question, where next for mental health in schools? We'd also like you to get involved, so please use the Q&A function to ask questions and our Twitter, which is @EducationEACT, where we'll be live tweeting. We are so pleased to be working with TESS on these conferences. I'm yet to meet a teacher who hasn't interacted with them in some way. Such is their influence on our sector. Our staff have completed 12,000 courses on TESS Educare, for example, and TESS has also produced resources on everything from supporting young people with anxiety to culture and staff well-being, all of which are available on our website and will be sent to you. Before we start the first full session, I am delighted to welcome the National Schools Commissioner, Dominic Harrington, to the stage for a few words. Dominic.
Jane, thank you, and good morning, everyone. And I'm delighted to be here at the EACT Ideas Conference in partnership with TESS, and thank you very much for inviting me. I wanted to start by saying normally, in my role as National Schools Commissioner, I get asked to speak at quite a few conferences about the school system. I have a confession, I don't always say yes, but because of its importance, this is one that I wanted to come to immediately. And it looks like you have a great array of speakers and an excellent turnout. And I hope to be coming back later to kind of actually listen in. But in fact, I wish I could stay for the whole day. I also wanted just to start by saying a huge thank you to everyone at the conference who has played their part in helping the education and care system find their way through the challenges of the pandemic. It's been a heroic effort in just incredibly difficult circumstances. And I think that the education and care systems have shown their resilience, capacity to adapt and sort of unceasing commitment in just doing the best for children and young people. Look, as we know, the public profile of children and young people's mental health has increased significantly over recent years. And there's more evidence available now, which lays bare some of the issues we face. The NHS's National Survey of Children and Young People's Mental Health in England, published in November 2018, showed that 1 in 9 children and young people aged between 5 to 16 had a probable diagnosable mental health issue. And the emerging evidence on the experiences of children and young people during the pandemic suggests that COVID and related interventions such as social distancing and stay-at-home guidance have had a negative effect on some children and young people's mental health and well-being in 2020. An update to the NHS Mental Health Prevalence Survey published July suggested that the proportion of 5 to 16-year-olds with that probable diagnosable mental health disorder had risen to 1 in 6, from 1 in 9 to 1 in 6. A further update to the survey published last month suggested that rates of probable mental health disorders among children remained stable in 2021 after the previous rise in 2020. But I think we all know that the evidence suggests that children and young people with particular characteristics, such as pre-existing mental health needs, or from the most disadvantaged backgrounds, may have experienced more negative effects due to the pandemic. But I also think this issue goes beyond statistics and our evidence base. It is also about our everyday experiences, those of our families, friends, and colleagues. I'm very aware of this as a father of 2 teenage daughters. And I think it's when we bring the quantitative and the qualitative and the personal experience together that we get the best conversations and insights. I also think it is critical in this space to talk to young people directly themselves. I'm lucky enough to visit schools in lots of different places and always talk to young people when I go. Last Friday, I went to a secondary academy in a market town in Suffolk, a school which has had its problems, but is happily in a much better place now. And I talked to 7 teenagers, Freya, Zach, Amy, Daniel, Joshua, Grace, and Sorrel, and asked them for their views, among other things, about mental health. They were a small but powerful sample. It showed, I think, the issue we face, but also can give us some hope. All of them were very thoughtful and analytical about the whole issue of mental health. All of them were very aware of the pros and cons of social media, the advantages it brought them, but also the risks it posed, particularly to girls. All of them said that mental health issues were talked about openly in their personal development lessons and their curriculum. All of them said that their school and teachers have been amazing in supporting them through COVID, and had also been tireless in getting referrals when the issues had got beyond their teachers' capabilities. They talked fondly about the school's therapy dog. One of them talked powerfully and openly about her psychiatric treatment. The phrase most often used was the school going the extra mile. Undoubtedly, there's a big challenge for us all, and there is more to be done to put in place the wider support that children need. But I was more than encouraged by the reflection and analysis that these 7 teenagers in a market town in Suffolk brought to this issue. I'd also like to pay tribute to EACT, because I think EACT's great work in this area illustrates how clearly how this isn't a new job for schools. Their response builds impressively on what they were doing already in terms of focusing on well-being, but also how it is easier and better done where you have a consistent approach that runs through all aspects of school life. So a big well done to Jane and her team. My colleague, Matthew Hopkinson, will say more in a bit about the focus of policy work and support being put in place from the department. And a lot of this is emphasising why this matters, the benefits it brings to a school, its pupils, its staff, and by extension, its results. There are many, many ways in which we can all boost the mental health of children and young people. The sharing of ideas and the furthering our understanding is obviously part of this. And in this, really capturing what is possible in a spirit of inquiry, understanding, and hope. And I think the programme for this event really does that. I hope you have an interesting and productive conference, and thank you again for inviting me this morning.
Thank you so much, Dominic. Wise words as ever. Thank you so much. And I really do appreciate you taking the time to join us today. It's very kind. I know how busy you are, so thank you. Before I hand over next to Willem and John, I would like you to meet Qasim. He's a Year 3 pupil at EACT Braincroft Academy in London. Qasim likes to start every day with a short mindfulness exercise, which he is going to share with you. So over to you, Qasim.
Welcome to the EACT Ideas Conference. I'm Qasim Mahmood and I'm a student at EACT Braincroft Academy. Before we meet our next speaker, I'd like to share a short mindfulness exercise. Join me if you can. Let's start by closing our eyes and taking a deep breath in. Hold for 5 seconds and deep breath out. Let's repeat that. Deep breath in, Hold for 5 seconds and deep breath out. One more time. Breathe in and hold for 5 seconds and out for 5 seconds. Feel free to open your eyes whenever you're ready. Even a short mindfulness exercise every day, whenever things start to get a little busy or stressful, can really help. I like to do this whenever it feels like there are one too many homework or deadlines to meet. I hope that helps, and please enjoy the rest of the conference.
Morning, everyone. I have the pleasure this morning of introducing one of the world's leading mental health researchers, Professor Willem Kuyken. Willem is director of the University of Oxford Mindfulness Centre and Rit Blatt Professor of Mindfulness and Psychological Science at the University of Oxford. He has worked across the world in all age groups, including those of school age. This session has a few different elements to it. Willem's going to give a short presentation. We're then going to do a conversation between the two of us over some of the key themes, and then we're going to do a Q&A session at the end. So please do put your questions in the chat function and we'll get Willem to answer as many as we can in the time allowed by the end. So with great pleasure, I'll hand you over to Willem to start his presentation.
Thank you, John, and thank you to EACT and the TS for inviting me to be part of this really interesting and important lineup of presentations and talks. It's a real pleasure and a privilege to be part of it. What I'd like to do in the next little while, and then hopefully in the dialogue with John, is to make the case for placing mental health, well-being, and human capital at the center of all that we do. Now, I'm aware that you as heads and teachers and others involved in education might go, there's already so much that we're doing. And I'd like to say that everything I say is offered with a great deal of humility. I'm not a head, I'm not a teacher, but hopefully I can offer something helpful as a scientist with 25 years of experience of working in this field, about 10 in schools, drawing on really incredible colleagues who I've spoken to about this presentation, and a sense of optimism that I hope is also realistic. I am incredibly respectful of heads, senior leadership teachers and teams and teachers every time I have gone into a school. Even from the first time I went to my kids' reception school to pick up the kids to drop off the kids, I remember always leaving. Why are these guys not paid the same as city bankers? The jobs that they do are extraordinary. So it's in that spirit I offer everything that I'm about to say. So I want to go back 50 years or so and just tell you a story. My grandfather died of a heart attack a long time ago, not much older than I am today. He smoked, didn't exercise. He cycled occasionally around. He was Dutch. He cycled around various places. That was the exercise he did. He ate a lot of red meat. He never had any screens for hypertension. And when he had a heart attack, that was it. It was all over. In the period since his death, the progress we have made in heart health has been absolutely staggering. I remember when I used to go and visit my grandfather, I used to lie on the shelf in the back of my parents' car. That was the cool place to lie as we went down the motorway. And my parents were puffing away on their cigarettes in the front of the car. You can't imagine many of those things now. There are seatbelts. Cars tell us if we're not wearing our seatbelts. Passive smoking is well understood. Smoking and the risks of smoking are well understood. Red meat is well understood. The promise of exercise is well understood. In my grandfather's day, if you had a heart attack, they placed you, probably longer than that, they placed you at the far end of the hospital away from the nurse's station so that you wouldn't have too much stimulation. Countless people died because of that. My hope is that, and I think schools are central to this, that in the next 50 years, we will see the same progress with mental health and well-being that we've seen with heart health in the last 50 years. And I want to just bring to mind a person who's made a huge difference in public health, Geoffrey Rose, who talks about the importance of prevention. He basically says, if you want to do something like a problem like heart health, you can't just focus on the people who've just had a heart attack or who you know are about to have a heart attack. If you really want to make a difference, you have to focus on the whole population, diet, exercise, the whole narrative around it. And I think the same is true with mental health and well-being. We need to focus on the whole population, not just think about the kids in schools that have mental health challenges and problems, but to think about the whole population of kids in schools. We've just seen the COVID pandemic sweeping across the world. As of yesterday, WHO reports 235 million cases to date, 4.8 million deaths. All of you know full well, I don't need to say this, how schools have been affected. Here is Darren Randall, executive head of Hollingsworth Academy in Rochdale, talking to my colleague Maggie Farah. Everything's changed. Within days of the lockdown, we had to question everything, absolutely everything we do and how we do it. From how we lead and manage to how teachers teach and children move around the school, nothing, absolutely nothing was immune to change. This in itself brought a sort of liberation, he says. The notion we do it like this, we always have, was blasted out of the water. Is Darren Randall right? You know, as we come out of this pandemic, is there a sense of a chance to take stock, to place mental health and well-being at the center of all that we do? I want to argue that we absolutely have to. So I just gave you those figures, as a scientist would, right, about the pandemic. Here are some figures around mental health. I work with depression. Right now, around the world, 260 million people are suffering from depression. That's more than have suffered from COVID. 1 billion people around the world at some point in their lifetime will suffer from depression. Most of that will start in late adolescence and early adulthood. And that's actually true for all mental health disorders. In the window of time that they're in your care in schools. We already had a pandemic before COVID. We had a pandemic of a mental health crisis, a need to really address mental health. A prominent narrative has been that somehow the pandemic has created this mental health crisis. I'd like to challenge that and say that's not actually the case. And I asked my colleague, Professor Tamsin Ford, one of the leading epidemiologists in the world who works at the University of Cambridge, she said to me, there's not a lot of really, really good data, but we've got some UK national surveys from 2017, 2020, and 2021. And here's what they, I think, reliably say. In 2017, 1 in 9 kids in your classroom would have a probable mental health disorder. In 2020, 2021, it's now 1 in 6. So you can do the math, right? If you've got 30 in your class, 1 in 6 of those will have a probable mental health disorder. That's increased in all ethnic groups, both genders, and all age groups. But white kids, interesting that, and older girls in particular, seem to be most affected. In primary schools, we're seeing more behavioral problems. And kids from more financially deprived backgrounds are consistently doing worse. In my own study with Tamsin Ford, we looked at 27,000 children. If you look not at caseness, i.e. whether they have a mental disorder, but whether they're struggling with some significant mental health difficulties, 30% or so, 1 in 3. So in your class of 10, that's 30, that's 10 children will be having some significant problems. In a slightly more hopeful note, that means 70% of kids are doing just fine. That means 5 out of 6 do not have mental disorder. And in another hopeful note, we looked at how much of the variance in that mental health was attributable to schools, as opposed to the community from which kids came, their own previous background, their family background. It was actually as little as 1.5 to 2.5% of that variance could be attributable by school factors. And school climate was one of the key ones. So we have this challenge. And I think it's a really, really doable challenge. Why do I think that? Well, first, mental health isn't rocket science. It's actually in some ways less complicated than heart health. Basic needs, as Marcus Rashford argued during the pandemic, like having food, a roof over people's head. The relationship between sleep and mental health is incredibly well established. Exercise and mental health is well established. Positive family and peer relationships and mental health, very well established. It's not rocket science. And if you ask young people themselves, they give a really pretty positive narrative. There was a survey recently, which my friend and colleague Sarah Jane Blakemore pointed me to. 500,000 kids were asked just very recently by the Children's Commissioner. It's called the Big Ask and Big Answer Survey. 500,000 kids were asked about health and well-being in schools and a whole range of other things. I'll tell you what they said. They care, kids, about feeling happy and well. They're newly conscious of the artificial dichotomy between mental and physical health. They've got some quite progressive views, more so than we as older adults might have. They want to be able to rely on the NHS to be there for them when they need it. And as they come out of this pandemic, they are aware of the strain on their lives, but they see a real opportunity. Of schools, kids say, we're passionate about being in school again. We want to recover from this pandemic. We know school's challenging, but it can also be fulfilling. We don't expect rewards without hard work, but we do want to be supported, especially with all the demands placed on us. Vulnerable children in particular spoke about this. And this is, I think, really interesting. A lot of kids were asked about this narrative of the snowflake generation. They reject it really quite vociferously. They have quite progressive views about mental and physical health, and they throw the ball back at us in school, and they say, despite constant mental health assemblies, this 16-year-old girl says, despite constant mental health assemblies, the reality is that schools pressure their students immensely. And here's an 11-year-old boy. You can't help where you were born. Everyone should be treated fairly. Everyone should have equal opportunities. So I want to just finish with Jeffrey Rose again. So Jeffrey Rose makes this argument that mental health and well-being is kind of on a normal distribution. So you've got people at any one time who are really struggling. You've got some people who are languishing. The vast majority of people are in the middle. They're doing just fine. And then there are some people who are flourishing. And in schools, you're dealing with that whole population. We have treatments that work for young people. Cognitive behavioral treatments, for example, some pharmacological treatments work. The problem is access. The lack of mental health has been the biggest thing that stopped me and my friends from achieving what we want. It's difficult to access as we're not taken seriously, and when we are, waiting lists are so long. It's a 17-year-old girl. We've got educational programs that work with things like bullying, with the stigma of mental health, with mental well-being, with behavioral management. The issue here, I think, is a dominant narrative that no, we don't have time for that. I think the setting of priorities, and I think Ofsted is key here, really concrete priorities, and the reality that the implementation and the resourcing of these programs is not trivial. It's a long-term investment. So I want to just, as I said, I promised a sort of optimistic note. I want to end on an optimistic note and think, if you think back to my grandfather who died probably about 45 years ago, and how much has happened in education in that period. Think about your own school experience. Think of some of these practices you experienced. I know 2 schools I went to. One is now closed. The practices there were appalling. In fact, the headmaster is in prison. That's how bad it was. But I went to another school, which was inspiring, taught me to believe in myself. Many of the things that I cherish about the way I approach life, I learned in that school. That school is still thriving. You too will have similar experiences over that period. The practices you have witnessed in your own work and in the work of your colleagues. And I think that vision of placing mental health and well-being and human capital at the heart of all that we do, I think is a realistic one for the next 50 years. Thank you for your attention. I think John and I are going to transition now into some dialogue.
Thank you, William. That's fascinating stuff, as always, with you. I want to start with some quite stark stats that you had there, like 1 in 6 children with a probable mental health challenge and 1 in 3 with a significant challenge. How obvious will that be to a classroom teacher? Are these very obvious challenges, or are these things that teachers may misinterpret or see as different types of behaviour?
So, John, you'll find, I'd love to hear what teachers themselves think, but you'll find with me, my answers often are going to be, it's complicated. It kind of depends on the teacher, and how aware a teacher is, her or himself, of mental health and mental health issues. Of course, there are externalizing problems, very visible problems. You know, kids that are violent, kids that are acting out, that of course is going to be obvious, right? But many mental health problems are quite internalizing. You know, anxiety, low mood, eating disorders are one of the disorders that are really on the rise. You know, there's very, very clear evidence that eating disorders and eating problems are on the rise. Now, those may not be apparent to a teacher, but they are absolutely linked in with academic work. And that's one of the points I wanted to make, John. So I guess one is, I don't know what you think about this. One is about how aware teachers are, how able they are to recognize things. But the other is that what I'd like to kind of present an argument for is that this is not a zero-sum game. That actually somebody who is preoccupied with eating and with anxiety, whose mood is low, is not sleeping well, is not going to be able to focus on maths and English and other subjects. I don't know what your thoughts are about that, John. You've got the kind of...
Yeah, I mean, it's a growing sense, I think, in education. I mean, Tamsin Ford's done a lot of work with us on this and saying, you know, it's not your pastoral channel and your academic channel. Those two things have got to be linked up. And I think teachers have always known that, but it's empowering schools to have that mentality of the dual focus rather than a split focus. And I feel like in terms of policy, there's not the incentive there for that to happen. But I guess as well, it's complex because we're asking schools to do a lot. And as someone's actually asked in the Q&A, they said it feels in schools like this challenge is insurmountable. And I guess the questioner was asking whether it really is insurmountable in your view, whether there are things at a school level we can do. Yes, there's more complex things at a CAMS level or an ed psychology level that can happen, but at a school level, is this something teachers can have a positive impact on?
I think if policymakers, parents and kids say this problem is at the doorstep of schools and teachers, yes, it's insurmountable. But it's not. It's not. If the Department of Education, Ofsted, parents, or kids themselves, who I think are actually on board, are working on this challenge together, then I think it's totally doable and surmountable. And I think that's one of the reasons I presented that stat about how much of this is actually doable by schools. Only a limited amount. The responsibility has to be a shared responsibility. And I think if you've got these external drivers from Ofsted and from the Department of Education, which are actually contrary to what schools and kids want, then you've got a real problem trying to, as you say, bring these streams of the pastoral and the academic together. I don't think those two words are very helpful. I think it's much more like DNA. It's kind of intertwined. It's about the whole person. It's about human capital, a person who's got a sense of self-efficacy, a sense of feeling in a good place, who slept last night, is up for learning. A person who hasn't had breakfast, who feels unsafe in school, who has no sense of the possibility of learning, they're not up for learning. So I don't think it's like pastoral and non-pastoral. I think it's DNA. It's like the two strands of the DNA totally interwoven.
Yeah, and I mean, you've done such a lot of research in this area. Do you ever feel like, I mean, when I'm reporting on it, it feels quite overwhelming, the complexity of different causation and different diagnosis and where diagnosis thresholds sit. So lots of teachers say to me, this child, I know there's a problem here, but they're not reaching threshold for intervention, and I feel powerless. And trying to find the causation of what's happening there. Yes, one child in a very complex family environment can appear to be fine. Another child can appear to be incredibly affected by that. As a researcher, how do you begin to unpick that? And is there lessons there that we can take in schools to try and find some sense through the noise, if you will?
It's a great question. And of course, if a young person meets caseness, they've got really serious mental health issues, then we need to find ways of them accessing the help that they need and their family to access the help that they need. That being said, I think mental health and well-being are largely on continua. And actually, if you look at flourishing in certain areas, people who are elite athletes, elite musicians, they're often also having panic attacks. They might have eating issues. A lot of athletes talk about eating issues. So it's not unidimensional. I think if we can keep a sense of the people in front of us in a classroom are all human beings fundamentally, and they're all on a dimension, and they might be flourishing in one area. The person you think, oh, he's great, he's the captain of the football team, or she's the captain of whatever team, and she's just got grade 8. They actually may have other issues as well. So I think it's just that these are 30 human beings who are flourishing in one area, struggling in another. And what I mean about the rocket science is, there's only so much, I guess, as you say, as the school and the teacher has control over, but the things that we do have a control over are sort of creating a sense of safety, creating a sense of valuing people, creating a climate where people want to learn or have the possibility of learning. I think that feels less overwhelming, I think. And I think there is consistent evidence that school climate is really something that's associated with both academic outcomes and well-being. So for a head and a school leadership to create a climate that is respectful, and many heads and leadership is exactly what they're trying to do. We did some work which colleagues were skeptical about when we did it as part of our 7-year Wellcome funded program recently. We developed this little scale I said something in a team meeting. I said, do you have a sense when you walk into a school that this is a place that values mental health, where kids feel safe, where kids feel like they want to learn, versus like you've walked into a war zone? And my colleagues say, yeah, I do feel that, but I don't think you can measure that. So we developed a measure, and then we correlated it with lots of other things like teachers' ratings of school climate, like kids' ratings of school climate, like Ofsted ratings, and it correlated quite well. So I think there is something about creating that school climate, which I think is doable and is really important and has lots of downstream implications.
You said something quite fascinating there about this mental health on a spectrum.
Yeah.
And it's not a continuation. And I know from people I went to school with who in their life have had challenges and they've had mental health challenges as a result of those sort of more physical challenges. And they've been sort of put in a box of the child with a mental health problem and or the child, other people were a child without one. And I guess in the pandemic, when my son was at home, he had some challenges about not being in school.
Mm-hmm.
And the school was fantastic about taking him in and doing a very quick, I don't want to say it's a repair job, but it was sort of felt like, yeah, it was good that, he was completely fine and he was never stigmatized by that experience. Is there a danger with some of the more significant problems that you create stigma or create a personality for someone that is defined by their mental health?
Absolutely. There's absolute danger of doing that. And I think sometimes that's a lot of preventative social emotional programs fail. And that's one of the reasons they fail. They fail because they go in a pretty superficial, low-level way, and the kids know it. The kids spot it.
Yeah.
And they reject the program, and they reject the kids who engage with the program. So I think, John, you're absolutely right. That is absolutely a risk. And I think worse than that, it can actually draw some kids out who are vulnerable and place and shine the light on them. I think that's really unhelpful. And I think that's why the issue of how we do this and the way we do this is so important. And I've mentioned his name a few times. Isn't it interesting that Marcus Rashford says, I've come from a particular place where I myself experience some of the things that young kids are experiencing, kind of inequality, lack of access to, basic things like Wi-Fi, food, breakfast, these kinds of things. And that's why I value this. That's why I'm pushing this from my position of, relative privilege now as a young man who's got resources and has got the ear of lots of people, including the government, as we've discovered. And I think one of the things that's implicit to what you said, John, which I think is problematic, is an us and them mentality. What Marcus Rashford is doing is saying it's we. And I think that's part of what I mean by the narrative. It's not my grandfather had a heart attack. We all have hearts. We all have heart health. We all have mental health. We all sometimes have mental health challenges. I think we need to change the narrative to we rather than there are kids who've got problems. Mental health is for all. I sometimes do this thing where if I've got an audience of 100 people, I say, how many of you have either yourself had a mental health problem or know someone well who's had a mental health problem? Normally 99 hands in 100 will go up. So I think we need to change the narrative from there's the 1 in 3, the 1 in 6, because actually I think mental health is something which is important to all of us if you think about it in that dimensional way.
I think another factor connected to this is the notion of recovery. And I don't know enough about it, but there's a perception certainly that you live with a mental health challenge. It's not something you recover from, it's something you manage for a lifetime, especially where eating disorders come into the equation with things like anorexia and bulimia. Is that true? I mean, are you sort of tethered to your mental health challenge if it's significant for the rest of your life? Are you managing it like an advanced disease, or is it actually something that can be restricted to a period of your life?
It's complicated. and both. If you take infants in a crib and you put a sort of novel stimulus in front of them, some babies just start crying. They turn away, start crying, take that away. Others go, wow, isn't that fascinating? they've got this kind of, they look towards it, they want more of it. There's that kind of, there are some basic human individual differences around novelty, around threat. And we live with those. Now, whether you're living with a mental health problem or not, now the kind of, the baby that turns away is in the wrong environment, the wrong school, is prone to anxiety. So they may be living, what are they living with? Are they living with anxiety? Are they living with panic? Or are they living with, they've just got a system that's a little bit more sensitive. And I think that's one of the problems with mainstream schools, is that we have this idea that everyone's the same. No, everybody's the same and different. And actually, that person is always going to live with that sort of sensitivity to novelty being a bit different. And the other person is just bring it on. I love a challenge. That's an individual difference that people are navigating throughout their lives. The same with low mood and depression. Some people are just prone to getting a bit low and getting a bit depressed, and others seem to be like dandelions. You can put them anywhere and they will just grow and thrive. That being said, I think the bit that I think is really positive and optimistic that is a real challenge is we do have treatments for anxiety disorders and for depression and for OCD and for eating disorders that work. It's just we can't get people to them and we can't scale them up. We've seen that with adults. CAMHS are really struggling. Tamsin will have told you this, but in adult services, Richard Layard and David Clark have made evidence-based treatments accessible to all of us as adults. We can all go to our GP now, pretty well across England and across the UK, and we can access evidence-based treatments pretty quickly by well-trained people. That's been a radical, and it wasn't a Labour government, it was a Labour, then coalition, and now Conservative government is completely wedded to that. Can we have the same investment in young people's mental health services so they can achieve that recovery? So I think it's a both and it's complicated, but I'm really optimistic about it. As long as we don't stigmatize that kid. If you say to if the parents say to that infant, oh my God, there's some problem here. No, it's in the right environment. That person is like an orchid. Give them the right environment and they'll flourish like an orchid. But treat them like a dandelion and they'll become very anxious. I think that's part of what the science is pointing to, is that we're all a bit different, and those things can lead to recovery and living with things that give people real strength. They become real assets rather than liabilities, if managed well and in the right environment.
I guess that brings us to the school role, and I think schools are often pushed into a triage. And because of the pressure of being a teacher and because of the pressure of the accountability system, schools become a triage for other services and then the fallback option when those services, as you've mentioned, are under fire. But obviously lots of schools are desperately trying to be preventative in the way you've described, create cultures and create whole school systems by which children do feel comfortable in their own parameters, as you've described, that every child, wherever their sensitivity is, can exist in that school and be happy. Have we got much evidence about how that whole school policy should look? Is it so context dependent, like much of research, where there's some general principles and you have to bend them to your school context, or is there some general things you can give to the audience?
I'll make a very specific point and then a more general point. In healthcare, and it's not uncontroversial, but I still think it's amazing. In healthcare, we've got NICE, the National Institutes for Clinical Social Care Excellence. So if you have something, I don't know, like depression, mental health problem, or any like colon cancer, a group of people will look at the evidence and they will say the best available approach to this is this. And then NHS commissioning groups and GP practices and hospitals and trusts commission that. I think that means that if I get colon cancer and I go to my GP or to a hospital, I'm going to get the best evidence-based treatment, more likely than not. I think that's brilliant. And we see that in education with academic outcomes, but not with social and emotional outcomes. And I think maybe it's time for us to start doing that, is to actually put in the hands of academies and heads and schools those digests of the evidence, so they've got that in their hands in the same way that clinical commissioning has that. So then to answer your question, yes, we do. There is a meta-analysis, which is a way of looking at the evidence where you synthesize evidence from numerous large number of trials, and this was, I think, 200,000 children plus. showing that not only do we have whole school approaches that work, but when we pay attention to how that's done well, you increase the effect size by about 0.2. So you can't just say, this is a good idea, put somebody in charge, put it into the school and hope for the best. There is a whole science about how to do this. It takes 5 years. It takes top-down support, bottom-up support. It takes resourcing. And I don't say that to put people off, but what I'm saying is it's not a sticking plaster. But the same would be true for, I don't know, for screening for prostate cancer or whatever it might be. These things take time to get woven into a healthcare system. And I think the same is probably true for education, which is why I talk about a 50-year horizon rather than a 1-year horizon. Yes, we have programs that will reduce bullying. We have programs that improve classroom behavior. You know, the Incredible Years program is a great example of that. But to get those implemented well and fully, I think that meta-analysis points to about 7 dimensions. And I'll give you just one example. The people delivering it have to be well trained. You need to have a long-term view, and you need to keep evaluating that what you're doing isn't actually making things worse, it's making things better. So there are about 7 dimensions that are pointed to as being, if you do that, you're more likely to be successful.
Someone's asked a question on the chat about the 1 in 3 and the 1 in 6 numbers, and they said, is that defined by individual need? And I'm guessing by that question they mean, you know, is that the full spectrum of mental health challenges in those numbers, or are we talking about the most significant challenges in those numbers?
So most mental health disorders are defined as clusters of symptoms that reach a threshold. So with depression, there are 8 different symptoms. 2 they have to meet a certain threshold, they have to be around for at least 2 weeks. And so caseness, the 1 in 6, you have to meet all those criteria for depression. So you have to have low mood, sadness, those are your cardinal symptoms. Then you have irritability, you have sleep disturbance, you have appetite disturbance, you have suicidality as your optional symptoms. You have to have 5 of those, has to be going for 5 weeks. That's your caseness, that's your 1 in 6. That's your 1 billion people around the world in adults, across the lifespan rather. But a lot of kids are struggling with low mood. They're struggling with significant levels of low mood. They're struggling with sleep problems. They're struggling with self-confidence. These are the symptoms. So those symptoms are sort of floating around, and they may be at different levels. They may have a good day, they have a bad day. So the 1 in 3 applies to the people who have got significant levels of those symptoms, but they don't meet the threshold for caseness. I hope that answers the questioner's question, but I really don't think that's a teacher's job. I mean, it comes back to your point to be aware of those kinds of things, but for a teacher to be able to do that thresholding, I personally don't think that's the job of a teacher or a school necessarily.
And we've got, you mentioned the 50-year horizon there. Someone else has asked on the chat, you know, what can teachers do now in terms of a whole school approach? What, you know, if you were a head teacher in a school now, what would your priorities be? What would mental health in your school look like in terms of a whole school approach or an intervention?
Wow.
Big question.
Well, I hope the head teachers don't shoot me when I say some of this, because it's easy for me, right, to say this, but everything I say I mean, and I've thought deeply about, and I've spoken to colleagues about. If I was a head teacher, I think the first thing I would do is start with myself. If I am not sleeping and I'm burnt out and I'm depressed and I'm going to school and I'm irritable, I'd start with myself. And because otherwise I'm not going to be around in 2 years to be able to do anything. And I know that's it's a bit like telling a parent with young kids, you look a bit tired, why don't you? I mean, I get how hard it is. But I do think there are things that we as, you know, it's the same is true of my line of work, you know, to start with ourselves. So the old thing in the aeroplane, if the plane's in trouble and the oxygen mask come down, the parent puts the oxygen mask on themselves before handing it to the kid. I think the other is to begin to integrate it into the school with sort of valuing the idea of mental health throughout the culture of the school, every aspect of it. It's not just dotting it into different places, that actually the maths lesson is a place where kids feel safe, and the PE lessons are a place where kids feel that sense of individuality and difference is respected. I think what we know from implementation is it has to be top down and bottom up. So the heads, the governors, the academy chain have to value this, but also there have to be champions throughout the school. And I think what's really interesting about this, which comes back to your earlier point about stigma, is that some of the champions have to be from parts of the pupil body that have the respect of the pupils. So if you're going to do anti-bullying, a lot of thought needs to be thought, which parts of the pupil body do you need to get fully engaged and whose voices need to be part of the development of this. So that's the top down and the bottom up. There has to be training for staff and students. And then I think the final thing I would say is something about a strategic long-term building of partnerships. Who are the local charities, the local mental health services, the local people with whom you want to develop long-term relationships, who can help you in this project? Because actually a lot of it's going to be done outside of the school. But if there is somebody who you can pick up the phone to within a local charity that you know can help with this issue or that issue, and there's a really strong partnership that the teachers support, the parents support, the governors support, that I think is part of this sharing of the responsibility. And I think the final thing I'd say is the head teachers lobby the people who are the top-down influences on schools. Maggie Farah, who I work with a little bit, who does mentoring of head teachers, who told me the story, and I'll take it at face value, which is a lot of head teachers apparently feel that the pandemic was a time where they felt it was like a kickback to the past. The responsibility and the power was much more within their gift, because during the pandemic, other bodies disappeared and they were able to make things happen and they were able to make positive changes happen. And I think that's quite interesting. Can we maintain that? Can head teachers and teachers as a group say, that's not acceptable, that's not possible, that can't be done with these resources? And I think there's a degree of reality to that, and that's, I think, the sort of optimism alongside the reality. You can't put kids under relentless pressure and expect them to feel not anxious.
We've got an interesting question on anxiety, actually, which is, you're talking about school culture, and obviously you and I have both been in schools all around in the course of our work, and we recognise that schools have different cultures. Someone on the chat has said, well, if a child is continually anxious within your school culture, is the best option for that child to find another school where the culture is more suited to them, or does the school bend? How does that dynamic work?
Is that not a both and, John? The school needs to look at itself and go, are we a school that creates anxiety in our pupil body? And if so, what's that about? Do we need to look at that? You know, and I've got two daughters, and the kind of schools that they thrived in would have been totally different. Of course, that's true, that a kid that thrived in one school won't thrive in another. But I guess what I would say is, and again, I'm very aware of not being totally in schools, but what I do know a lot about is psychology. And I come back to the point of individual differences. If you've got a mainstream school, it needs to be able to contain individual differences. You can't treat everyone the same. I mean, obviously you can't treat everybody individually, but not everybody is the same. And I think a mainstream school has to be able to have a place for the kid that feels anxious at break times to go somewhere where they feel safe. And I think if it's a mainstream school, it needs to be able to hold that diversity. But yes, I think it's a both and, John. I think if somebody is, but a school that makes people feel anxious needs to also look at itself, right?
Certainly, I think, and I think there's quite a complex question, I think, at this point, which is, how do we find a balance between overdiagnosis, or there's this notion at the moment, isn't there, of medicalization of a normal level of anxiety? And I think this comes up a lot in the talk about exams at a secondary level. You know, how anxious is a normal level of anxiety going into a GCSE or an A level, and how much is a problematic level of anxiety? And you've talked a bit about this idea of continuation of symptoms, but I wondered if you could expand a little about not just the diagnostic criteria around levels of mental health challenges, but also the sort of perceptive value, if that makes sense.
This is a really, really good question, and a really interesting topic. Most of the common mental health problems you can understand them psychologically, socially, anthropologically, in normative ways. Anxiety is about detecting threat and making accommodation for threat, which is something that we all have to do all the time. And kids particularly have to do it, right? Because they're a part of social groups. They're looking out for threat in the social group. Am I in and am I out? Are my friends on board? Are they not? Am I part of the football team or whatever? So this is a very, very normal human process to continually scan our environment for threat and to mitigate threat. I mean, that's, it's a bit very overstated, but totally in the whole of our mind and body. From an evolutionary point of view, we had to do that all the time because we're social animals, we're learning creatures. And so I guess the way I would frame that then is that actually anxiety in that case, an exam, is totally appropriate. If that exam is valuable to you and your school, it is a threat. You need to do as best as you possibly can, because otherwise you might have to do the year again, or you might have to leave the school or find a new school. You might not be able to get a job. There's a real threat to that. So that's a real threat. How you then manage that, that's the issue, right? If that means lying awake all night and not sleeping, worrying about it, that's not a useful use of the threat. Because the next day then you're tired, you're taking a Red Bull and you perform really badly. So the threat, the anxiety is real, it's normative. And the same, I think, is true for depression. Eating disorders is, I think, a bit more different, a bit tricky. So I think that one can frame them all normatively. It's how people work with, a lot of them normatively, it's how people then work with them. Paranoia, even psychosis, I think is interesting. It's a bit the same. During the pandemic, quite a lot of people became a little bit paranoid, a bit worried. These are normal human processes that become exaggerated. And I guess this is where mental health kind of education for teachers can be really helpful. It can help them frame that and use it well. The classic example, I think, is the arousal system in the body that's triggered by threat. If you put somebody in a scanner, oh, we're out of time. Sorry.
Sorry, everybody. We will try and I think we'll just come to an end. We've got 1 minute. Okay, good. We've got.
Oh, John, can I just finish that one?
Yeah.
That arousal system, I feel quite aroused right now. That can be turned into a sense of excitement, engagement, and help me give a talk. The exact same bodily and physical symptoms could be paralyzing. It could turn into a panic attack and go, oh my God, I can't believe I'm on this screen talking to all these people. But the underlying physiology and brain structure is exactly the same. And I think that's some helpful psychology, I think, for teachers to be aware of how these things are framed. Yeah.
That's been absolutely fantastic, Willem. Thank you very much for your time today. Sorry we didn't get through all the Q&A questions. There were many, but I think we've covered a really useful span, and I would encourage everyone to go to the Oxford Mindfulness Centre and to look Willem's work up, and the work of Tamsin Ford, the work of Sarah Jane Blakemore, which is widely available, and lots of the other researchers in this area. And a reminder, I think, that primary and secondary are equally, you would say, wouldn't you, Willem, as equally important for this. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching.
Hi, welcome back. My name's Jim Knight. I am the chair of the Board of Trustees at EACT, and I'm really pleased to be joining the first of these EACT Ideas conferences in partnership with my old employer, TES. So, yeah, it's a great marrying of the old and the new for me personally. And, you know, I'm really happy that the first of these conferences is around the subject of mental health. You know, in some ways, I feel a little bit like we're the cliched, you know, boiling frogs around childhood, and at the moment that there's this sort of creeping sense of toxicity attached to childhood, and obviously that's been magnified by the pandemic experience, and that's what we'll be talking about through the day. But yeah, just in the news lately and the things that I've been involved with, you know, in terms of the external environment outside of schools for children. I've been doing some work around sport and recreation and people becoming more active, and we've seen drops in activity amongst some demographics within children, and we know what the impact that has on mental health. We've seen the news around the leaks from Facebook around the toxic effect that they know about of Instagram on teenage girls. Today I was reading about growing levels of climate anxiety amongst young people, and those are just some of the external things before you then get into schools. And I was chairing a meeting earlier this week of international school heads, and they were talking to me about the significant numbers of young people really struggling to come back into school after the pandemic, and with, you know, the volumes of people that they're suddenly with, and the levels of anxiety. And then once you get them in school, you know, there's all sorts of issues. And yesterday I was in a school, an EACT school, and you know, we were talking to some young people who've been through some extraordinary trauma, and it made me really proud to be part of EACT at that point, because the work that the trust has done around mental health and around preparing all of our staff to be more confident in dealing with this subject means that I felt, as far as we were able to, we could be pretty well equipped in being able to deal and help those children with their trauma. But you know, these are really tricky times, and well-being, I think, is now a much stronger part of the conversation for schools. But I hope that this remains permanent and that it's not just an element of post-pandemic catch-up. And you know, the expert, from my point of view, on all of this is Ali, who we're going to hear from now. Ali Quinn is EACT's Regional Mental Health Lead. I think the title speaks for itself in terms of what she does, but she oversees the Trust's work around wellbeing, supporting our Academy's whole community approach to mental health. And before joining us, Ali worked as a social, emotional and mental health specialist advisory teacher, and she's also a qualified SENCO. And today she'll be talking about the whole school wellbeing programs. She'll be taking questions at the end of the presentation, ably facilitated by our CEO, Jane Millward. And I'd really just like to be able to now hand over to Ali. We're really looking forward to what you've got to say.
Thank you so much, Jim. Okay, so as Jim's already said, my role is that I'm the national lead for mental health across the Trust, and I was asked to talk about the strategy that we've put together and how we can put together a whole school wellbeing programme. And I've already seen this morning on the talks that we've already seen and the conversations that have been had in the chat about how can we kind of bring this all together, and hopefully some of our experiences that we've had over the last few years will help give some ideas and things that can be put practically into place within your own schools or settings. So as Jim kindly said, my background is that I was a SENCO primary school teacher, and I previously worked as a social, emotional, mental health specialist advisory teacher for a local authority. So I've got qualifications in cognitive behaviour therapy, solution-focused brief therapy, emotions coaching, etc. And I was really lucky to be able to join EACT back in 2017 as a SEND system leader. And that's when I first met our CEO, Jane Millward, who shared my passion for wanting to promote mental health across the trust. And that's where I was very fortunate to be given the opportunity to put in place these strategies, these systems that we've got. And actually I then moved on to becoming the national lead for mental health. And as part of that role and the work that I've done, I've also then got myself a master's in special and inclusive education. And as part of that training that I'm going to talk to you about, I'm also a trained youth MHFA and adult MHFA, so that's mental health first aid instructor as well. So the important question is about kind of why are we doing this? What's the point? And in fact, the statistics that I've got here have already been mentioned several times this morning already. And I think that just goes to show the prevalence and the importance of them. So we have 28 academies across the country. As it says there, we employ 2,500 members of staff, and we have approximately 18,000 pupils. And the schools that we are supporting largely come from really disadvantaged areas. So we have a wide geographical spread, and that means that our pupils face a really diverse range of social pressures and concerns. Back in 2017, when I first started, we actually did an internal audit of mental health and wellbeing ourselves. And those results really reflected the growing crisis that we were seeing of young people's mental health across the country. So we discovered that around a third of pupils were reporting feeling stressed, either most or all of the time. Hundreds of them were reporting concerns about common mental health issues, such as anxiety and depression. And there was a lot of frustration about the support that was available externally. So for example, maybe CAMHS waiting times, etc. This was reflected in the statistics at the time. So as we've heard this morning already a couple of times about those statistics of 1 in 9 children and young people having an identified probable mental health disorder. But actually what we've seen and what we were hearing in schools was that this was so much more. We were seeing a gradual incline, and actually, again, as we've heard already, those statistics increasing to that 1 in 6. So therefore, it's really important that we put something in place. In fact, as again, we've said about the fact that a lot of mental health disorders start and become prevalent in children and young people. So those statistics are that by the age of 15, about half of mental ill health starts. Equally, 75% is by the time children are 18. So therefore, in schools, we've got a really strong role to play in terms of that early intervention. And that was where we felt it was really important for us to do something. So that's when we started on our whole school mental health and wellbeing approach, or our whole trust approach. So where to start? We've mentioned already this morning, and I've seen on the chat about there are so many different strands. We talk about mental health, we talk about well-being. Sometimes people think that those are separate things when actually they're very closely interlinked. And it can become really overwhelming about knowing what to implement first. And often people are very enthusiastic and have lots of ideas, but it's about making sure that we're putting in those right initiatives and priorities one at a time. But equally, we can be frustrated. There can be constant barriers. Maybe it's finances, time, feeling like there's so many other pressures that are happening in schools. And that obviously then, as we've mentioned, that outside of school, that maybe we're not getting then the support that we feel that those young people deserve. And we are all pushed, but this is about making it a priority. This is about understanding that if our children are happy, feeling well, secure and safe, then they're going to learn much better anyway. So I'm going to share with you some of those experiences, how we approach those challenges, and some of the changes that we made along the way. So that whole school approach to mental health involves us involves all part of every school. So this is about everybody working together. And again, I saw that on the chat earlier today about, there was a lot of reference to teachers, but actually this is about everybody. This is about senior leaders, this is about teachers, support staff, all school staff, our parents, carers, and the wider community and pupils all working together. This is about it being everybody's business. So when we come to developing a whole school approach, the strategy needs to involve all stakeholders. And that's something that we've been really strongly advocating with everything that we do. When we first set out on our strategy, it looked a little bit different to this, but it covered all very much the same areas and strands and had the overall aim that we wanted to become a mentally healthy trust. This meant it could be applied to any of our academies, so each school can become a mentally healthy school. And at the heart of our approach to mental health is our strategy, ASK. Here we go. So ASK is really important. It's about us making sure that we ask each other if we're okay and that we're always encouraged to ask for help if we need it. Our ASK strategy stands for awareness, support and kindness. So awareness is about involving all of our and educating all of our pupils, our staff, our communities about mental health and mental health difficulties and well-being and how to look after ourselves. Support is about the range of support that we can provide within our schools. So making sure that we're putting in initiatives that provide that support to boost that positive well-being, to address mental health difficulties as much as we can. And then really importantly, kindness, which for me is about linking really clearly to well-being, is about being kind to ourselves, being aware of our own well-being, but also how we can then actively support and promote well-being in others as well. Under each of those categories, we have initiatives that we have for all of our different stakeholders, all of our different people. So we're constantly thinking about our pupils, our staff, and our communities. And there will be things that are put in place around each of those. Importantly, and again, I saw this on the chat earlier about people talking about the fact that there's culture is a big part of this, and I completely agree. Each of those strands of our strategy links to our trust core values. So think big, do the right thing, show team spirit. That's really important because it means that we're building on already onto our school ethos and philosophies, which should already be really well embedded. And so therefore it doesn't feel like a standalone project. This has to be linked in, and it then becomes part of what we do as a school or what we do as a trust. So very much the culture. So some of those things that we've learned over the years about what's worked for our pupils and our staff, some of those challenges, there's some things that I'd really recommend that you consider when you're moving along your own kind of whole school approach to mental health and well-being. Firstly, it's going to be about engagement. So as I've already said, about involving each of those stakeholders, knowing your community and being able to adapt. We've come at this from a whole trust perspective, but it's really important we let each of our schools be able to adapt to meet the needs of the communities they serve. Embedding one strategy at a time so we're not overwhelming everybody, and then measuring our impact as we go along. So in terms of that engagement, working collaboratively, sharing knowledge and ideas provides everyone with that sense of belonging and commitment. Plus, we know that those mental health issues vary according to age, location, levels of deprivation. So it's really important for each school to be able to consider their own mental health and well-being needs. When we started in 2017, the conversation around mental health and well-being was possibly not quite where it is today. I'm really pleased to say that I think the conversation is much more positive, but maybe a few years ago, there was possibly higher levels of stigma and discrimination. That meant that maybe for some staff, because of those strains and constraints that we have within our schools already, feeling like, well, is this our job? Or is it just adding something else to them? And actually, that's really vital. For me, it was very much about that if a young person opens up to an adult or a member of staff in school, and they get ever so slightly negative reaction from them, that could stop that young person getting help ever again. And that's devastating. That would be absolutely tragic. So our first thing that we did was that we introduced training for staff. We decided to use Mental Health First Aid England as our training programme. And that was where we wanted to give every member of the staff the skills to be able to respond calmly to a young person and compassionately, be able to guide them to some support and to then help with that recovery journey and thrive. It enabled staff to be able to support mental health difficulties, to support each other and other staff with their mental health difficulties, and then further afield in terms of our communities. It also gives that foundation of knowledge, so that when we're then moving on and asking staff to educate young people about mental health, they've got some understanding. They know where they can access some support, and they can be able to apply that. Again, on the chat earlier, there was talks about the fact that, you know, at teacher training, there's very little information given around mental health, and yet we know how important it is. And so this was about supporting our staff on that journey. It's really important, though, that we know that they're not being counsellors. It's not about them having to take on everything. This is about knowing the basics, having enough knowledge, spotting those early signs and symptoms. Interestingly, the reason we chose MHFA was partly because of my previous experience and knowing that it was a really good starting point course, but also at the time, the DFE were endorsing MHFA England and were putting funding towards one member of staff in every secondary school to be able to get that training. We took a slightly different approach. We trained across the trust 10 members of staff to become instructors so that we could deliver this training rapidly across the trust, so that we could get our pledge of every member of staff being trained in either youth or adult mental health first aid. MHFA is, just for those of you that aren't familiar with it, it is an evidence-based international programme that's delivered in over 25 different countries, and as I said, was endorsed by the DFE back in 2017. The main aims of that training is that for the members of staff to be able to preserve life where a young person might be in danger to themselves or to others. It helps to prevent that mental health problem from developing, so into a more serious state, because there's that knowledge given around that mental health difficulty. It's about the promotion of good recovery, and it's about being able to provide comfort to that young person. Quite often, sometimes it can be really overwhelming if we don't have personal experience, if we're not familiar with different mental health difficulties. We can sometimes feel a little bit panicked if somebody opens up to us and we don't quite know how to approach it. And again, that panic can be picked up by that young person and can stop them then getting any more help. So this is about upskilling staff so they feel confident to at least have that initial conversation. About raising awareness of what's happening in our communities, and then ultimately being able to reduce that stigma and discrimination so that people can get that support. It's built around this ALGI framework, which is really useful, and it's something then that we've incorporated into all of our policies, and all of our schools are very familiar with that ALGI framework, where we can make sure that staff are able to approach, assess, assist a situation, listen non-judgmentally, which is really important, giving that support and information, encouraging that professional support and knowing where some of those are to be able to access, and encouraging other supports, including that self-help, so those well-being linked areas of support. And as you can see, at the centre of that is always that young person. So it's always placing them at the centre of everything that our staff are doing. As we continue to drive towards our pledge to train all staff in mental health first aid, so whether that's youth or adult, despite the disruptions of COVID, which we've all experienced, I can say, I'm really proud to say that over 60% of our staff are trained now. And that's a really big achievement, and it's supported by all of our academies. Time is given for staff to be able to access this. We dedicate that time. It's a 2-day course, so it's really thorough. Online, it's done in 4 separate sessions, but school staff are then in the long run given the skills and confidence to be able to deal with the things that they were dealing with anyway, they were facing every day. And delegates or staff feedback has been really positive. So I've got some quotes here about absolutely invaluable, best course I've ever attended in the last 5 years, very informative, from one member of staff. Excuse me. Another saying, I feel empowered, confident, and a lot more knowledgeable about mental health difficulties, including for myself. Another one, as such a useful course has also helped me on a personal level, and that's been really important for us, is that not only has the youth and adult training been really valuable in terms of supporting pupils or supporting staff, our communities, but also that self-help element and that recognition for staff is really vital. So providing staff with the training has proven to be really powerful in engaging them in the strategy and enabling them to feel really empowered to be able to support those around them. This isn't the only option, and I think it's really important that we share that there's lots of other different training opportunities available. So for example, at the moment, we should all be aware about DFE have got the Senior Mental Health Lead training. There's grants available for that, so that's really worth having a look at. Later on today, we've got Jamie Smith from the Anna Freud National Centre for Children and Families is joining us, and there are lots of different training opportunities available through them. But equally, one and really good one to kind of as a starting point might be Place to Be's Mental Health Champions Foundation programme, which has since COVID become free rather than a paid for course, and that gives a really good starting point for staff. In terms of continuing to engage our staff with the strategies, we have got mental health champions in every academy. So linking into that DFE strive about having the senior lead, mental health leads, we've had our mental health champions in place for quite some time. And they're supported then also by not only myself as that national lead, but through our regional teams as well, being that trust side, that each of our wider regional teams also has a mental health champion. So we're not just focusing in on our academies, we're talking about our whole workforce and everybody working together. And then quite often our schools will have their own little teams as well. So they might have that one link person who's the lead, that senior lead, but they also have mental health champion teams who work together to drive those initiatives. For our schools, we run annual reviews to be able to identify some of those exceptional knowledge, the expertise, the commitment of our teams and our academies. And it means then that we're able to share those across the trust so that we can make sure that everybody's got lots of ideas and we can move forward on different steps and projects. And it's been really positive, and it's really enabled people to feel empowered to try different initiatives that can be shared across the trust, as I've said, and feel like they can meet the needs of their communities. So choosing specific things that work for them. There's some really great initiatives that have been set up. We've got several of our schools have got things like therapy dogs that have been talked about again this morning. We have secret buddy systems running for staff about where random acts of kindness are completed. We have staff shout outs, postcards that are sent home during the holidays to remind staff of all the support that's available to them, running big charitable events and recognition days, loads of different things that have been put in place that are very specific for each of those academies. Engagement could include our pupils as well, and for me this was really important. It's vital to ensure that they get, in order for them to get the maximum impact from the initiatives and support that we put in place and that we're trying to provide, we have to make sure we get that pupil voice. Often we sometimes think as adults that we know exactly what the children want or what they're thinking and feeling, and actually unless we engage them and ask them, we're really never going to know. So we designed our own curriculum frameworks. Now these were written in consultation with external parties, so MHFA England National Instructors were involved, the PSHE Association and the Art of Brilliance. And we developed this curriculum framework which goes from EYFS up to Key Stage 5. It focuses on well-being, how to look after ourselves, how to identify difficulties and where to get help from. Now, there's lots of legislation around kind of mental health support and focusing on the role of education. So there's lots of things about, say, the Children and Young People's Health and Outcomes Forum, which had the objectives of making sure that schools have a whole school approach to wellbeing, that they know where that specialist support is available, and that actually that children are given that knowledge so that they can recognise this, how to tackle mental health problems or difficulties and where to intervene at an early age. Equally, the DFE highlighted through the Green Paper, so the Children and Young People's Mental Health, the role of education, that schools were playing that front line for promoting and protecting children and young people's mental health and well-being. And that was largely focused on making sure that we educate those young people, how to protect their well-being, how to spot those early signs and symptoms. So the purpose of our curriculums was that for each of these to be delivered, but we wanted them to meet the specific needs of the pupils based in that individual context. So ensuring that the curriculum was relevant and valuable to the pupils. That meant that we were able to ensure pupils were given accurate and appropriate information, and then to help reduce the stigma and discrimination. So key topics are covered to help them better understand their thoughts and feelings, to recognise their difficulties and what they might be experiencing, or for others as well. And it meant that we're able to then create those caring environments where the pupils are able to share their concerns, ensuring that they receive that appropriate help and maintain that positive mental health and well-being. So because of that, wanting that personalised aspect, we held workshops with each of our pupils, pupil groups from each of our academies, so that we could get the pupil voices on what they felt were the issues and the foci that needed to be in their mental health curriculums. So they went out, they did surveys, they went and spoke to their peers, they talked about the things that they were finding difficult, the things they wanted to know about. So on top of our frameworks, each of our academies has a personalised aspect that is from the pupil voice that the schools have to then make sure gets covered and is very relevant to them. That also supported then our launch of pupil mental health ambassadors. So pupil mental health ambassadors are set up within each of our academies, and that means that they get to drive some of the initiatives that get moved forward. So they work really closely with the mental health champions to be able to organise events, promote well-being, think about the things that they want within their academies. As I've already said, it was really important that we're really adaptive and that we're thinking about the needs of our children at the time. So actually, as a result of the pandemic with COVID, it was important that we were reflective on what our students needed to know about. So post-lockdown 1, when our students had all been off for a long period of time, we actually amended the mental health curriculum. So we paused it for a while and we developed our relationships and recovery curriculum. And this was written in collaboration with Nottingham Trent University and is based upon Seligman's theoretical model of happiness and well-being, so the PERMA model. The main aim was to support our students back into school, so enabling them to reintegrate back into academy life, and enabled us also to then identify the differing levels of need for each of our students. So through questionnaires, we were able to work out who needed different levels of support. And this was really positively taken on board by our academies and our pupils. And that implementation also went alongside making sure that each of our academies created a safe space for our young people. So when a young person's feeling dysregulated and they just need that little bit of time out, that they were able to come out and utilise that space, and then they were given the appropriate support to return back into the classroom. Just need a little slurp, sorry. Lovely. So I've already mentioned that we have our mental health pupil mental health ambassadors in each of the schools, and there's training that's available. So I deliver training for each of those academies, any upskilling that they might want, and it matches along with that MHFA training so that they get some sort of knowledge, they understand about how to support each other, but also kind of promoting that well-being as well. In terms of then our next one, it was about knowing our community and adapting. And I've said several times before about this was really important, that we have to be able to adapt to meet the needs of our individual communities. So tailoring that support and that strategy and meeting those needs. So within our policies, so we have a pupil and we have a staff mental health and wellbeing policy. Those policies have the opportunity for each of the schools, along with the mental health champions and the audits that are completed, to design their own approach to meeting that strategy. So we have that kind of whole trust approach in terms of everybody's working towards those same goals, but it might be that we have different initiatives put in place. And that's really important, and it's really empowering for our academies as well. So we have several things like really successful parent support groups that are running for mental health and wellbeing through regular coffee mornings. Some of our other schools find that actually their use of social media and their Facebook groups is much more successful. So it's all about depending on those community needs. As I said, whoops, apologies. It's about us trying to embed one strategy at a time. So as you can see from here, we started with that training for staff through MHFA England. That moved on to our curriculums that we put in place. We also really excitingly have our Launchpad. So Launchpad is our mental health hub that we have in our Bristol region, which is an early intervention provision for pupils with SEMH needs, when they're struggling to engage fully with mainstream education. And it's very much about that early intervention. So it's a 10-week programme for our Key Stage 1 and 2 pupils. We can have 14 pupils at a time. And it's about being able to give them that extra support to be able to find their path back towards successful engagement within the classroom. So it's part-time provision that they get to attend to. We've got a really skilled team, very knowledgeable team that support our young people. And there's a lot of work and support that's given in terms of then transferring the skills that are taught and learnt within Launchpad back into those academies. So lots of training opportunities for staff, for those individuals, but equally then for those students, and they're given toolkits for returning, etc. So it's about them being able to express their confidence, their happiness, able to respond to their emotions effectively, identify their own needs. And it's really been really successful in terms of supporting some children who were potentially going to end up at the risk of not making it through mainstream and actually getting them integrated back in. The next strategy that we then implemented was our wellness action plans for staff. So a personalised and practical tool that can be used to help identify how to look after our mental well-being, and particularly in the workplace. And this is really vital. If we don't look after ourselves, then we're not able to look after those young people. So this is about identifying how to keep ourselves well at work, what happens or what might be the causes of if we become unwell, and gives us the opportunity to have that open dialogue with our line managers to better consider how we support staff mental health. Training was delivered to all of our people teams, so our HR teams, as well as senior leadership teams across the trust, and that was disseminated to line managers to be able to support them in that journey of implementing those wellness action plans. It's a voluntary process, but so far it's been really well received by staff, and they're really liking the opportunity to be able to talk these things through. So then I talked about measuring impact. Measuring impact for me is really vital, and that's partly how I ended up completing my master's project. what we did when we first implemented the MHFA training was that as I took on that master's project on developing a mental health framework, an evaluation of the youth mental health first aid training of teachers and support in secondary school, but also looked at then the pupil impact on their well-being. And for me, that's really important. By supporting our staff, we were really confident because of the status of the training that it was going to have a positive impact for staff, but we wanted to know if it was going to have that positive impact for our young people. Hopefully you can see on this graph that this was showing us about the fact that actually the self-reported scores in terms of staff when they received that training about their confidence in sort of supporting a young person and their knowledge and understanding of mental health, different difficulties or needs was very much increased from that pre and post delivering that training. And I'd already shared with you about the fact that, there was lots of really positive quotes around that. And that's really important. And actually on that piece of research that we've done, we had 100% of the feedback from staff was that there was a positive increase in those two areas. Equally, we then looked at measuring the impact on our young people. So utilising the GL Pass survey, we looked at different factors on young people's well-being. So the graph here shows that actually what we did is that after staff had received that training, they went back into their academy, they delivered an assembly to make sure there was a raising awareness that all children knew about who was the mental health first aid trained members of staff. But then there was a series of workshops that were held that covered some of those key points. So some of the things, this was pre our curriculum coming into place, this was about getting that knowledge out there for our young people. And when we looked at those different percentage increases on those different factors, we found that although it looks relatively small on here, there were significant increases in the percentile scores. And that meant that the academy was then moved into a high level of well-being and pupil satisfaction in comparison to other UK population secondary schools. So that was really important for us. Not only was that training supporting staff's confidence and knowledge, but it was also then having that positive impact on our young people's well-being. So what are our next steps? Really exciting that we've got some really brilliant big initiatives coming up. So EACT has got a big place and identity leadership initiative that we're working on, which is about supporting our communities through community hubs. And a big part of this is the mental health support that we can then deliver. So really our next step, we've got lots of things in place for staff and for pupils, and we have things in place for our communities, but this is about really driving that community support forward. We're also embedding some research. So obviously we've got some of that measuring impact and research work that has been done historically, but we're working with lots of different universities and mental health organisations to be able to further drive that research about looking at our own impact, but also then making sure that we're part of that sort of leading forward in terms of mental health and education field, and hoping to get some really exciting pieces of research, trailblazing projects underway. And we're also working on our own wellbeing app to be able to share with our pupils, our staff and our communities. So developing that app, we're utilising our sixth formers to help write that app and be part of that and what it will contain, and making sure that all of our stakeholders are involved. But that's a very early start of the journey, but really exciting to be able to announce. So hopefully you can see then that, okay, there's lots of different things that are happening, but that whole school approach really is possible, and it can be an effective way about in terms of improving that well-being by engaging all of those stakeholders, being reflective on the different needs of those around you and actively involving them, taking one step at a time and consistently measuring impact. We can see a change even through those difficult times. And sometimes it's the small changes that have a really big impact. So for me, that one positive conversation about mental health with a pupil that could be that life-changing conversation is just so important. And now I believe Jane is going to join me and have some questions.
Thank you, Ali. Absolutely great, and great support, I'm sure, for everybody listening. Thank you so much. And there are lots of questions, but we'll see how many we can do. The first one really is around schools do have limited budgets, and we all understand that. And we've done things on quite a big scale. So really just to focus on limited budgets, a much smaller scale, what would be the best way, do you feel, to implement a wellbeing programme?
I think it's about, as I've said about, it's the engagement and getting everybody together, but it is about then spending that little bit of time for that research in terms of where can you access. So we started with training, and I think that for us was a really positive step, but there are training opportunities that are free opportunities out there. So I shared already about Place to Be and that the mental health champions, and that's a really good starting point to just get some upskill of knowledge. And there are things that don't have to take a lot of time. So part of our R&R curriculum, when we were reintegrating the students back into school post-lockdown, one of our sort of, I want a better phrase than non-negotiable, because that feels like we're being really dictatorship, but one of the things that we were really recommending was that you had regular check-ins with young people. So we said about that morning and afternoon registration that every pupil had to be checked in with. That can be really vital. That's a really big thing. For some of our children, they might not have had a positive conversation with somebody all day, and yet somebody then in that morning has said, "How are you? Are you okay?" And that can be really massive, and that doesn't cost anything. And it's about that check-in as well. So often we ask somebody, are they okay? And everybody's response is fine, because that's what we do. And our children pick up on that from our adults, us as adults as well. And that might not be the case. So that double check of, are you sure? Is when quite often you get the, oh, well, it's just, and then we find out. So time is actually probably a bigger thing, is making sure that we put that in.
Thank you. Completely agree. And just checking in is, like you say, it's easy to do and can make such a huge difference. The next question, Ali, is around resources, and which resources would you recommend if we were wanting to, and schools, academies are wanting to do an internal audit, which I think great starting place, find out what you've got first and what you need to do most. So what resources would you recommend for internal audit?
So there's loads. It depends on what you're wanting to really find out. It's whether you're looking at physical resources and interventions that you have in place, or whether it's the knowledge and skills that you have around there. There are lots of them that are out there. I utilised several when I put together our audit and tailored it to what we needed. So Place to Be, again, have their own internal audit that you can utilise to look at your well-being. There's also lots of different awards. So Leeds Beckett Carnegie Award have, if you have a look on their website, they've also got different ways that you can then assess what's happening within your school as well. And you know, we'd always be more than willing to share what we've got. If anybody wanted to email specifically in, then I'm more than happy to share the one that I put together, utilising a range of these, and then you can always adapt it. And thankfully my husband's very techie and has managed to make it so that it all sorts itself out, so that you only have to put numbers in and it works it all out and makes you beautiful graphs at the end.
Brilliant, thank you. And you know, I would endorse that. We are very happy to share any of our ideas and our strategy that we've got. You know, more than happy to share anything that we have. Just in 5 seconds, what's the best way to evaluate the impact in schools?
I think that's about getting the feedback. So for me, it's about getting your different stakeholders' feedback. There are lots of wellbeing assessment tools that we can use to get numbers, and those numbers can be really useful. But actually, taking that time to get that personal approach for me is really important, because numbers we can make assumptions from, whereas if we actually talk to people, that can be really vital to find out what's happening.
Amazing. Ali, thank you again so much. Such a great session, thoroughly enjoyed it, and so thank you. Next, we are having a break, and we're talking about wellbeing, so really important that we all get away from these screens for a little while and stretch our legs. Please don't take my word for it. We're going to have a very short clip now from Zahid, who is from the Crest Academy, who's going to give us the real reason, and we'll see you all very soon. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Zahid from EACT Crest Academy, and I hope you're enjoying the conference. It's almost break time, so please don't forget to get up out of your seat and stretch your legs, and to get something to eat or drink. At break time, I like to read, as this makes me feel really happy and excited for the rest of the day. We'll see you soon.
And welcome back, colleagues. I do hope you've managed to stretch your legs and get a cup of tea. We're going to move on to our next session now, which is entitled Lessons in Happiness for Very Good Reason. Our next speaker is pioneer and has pioneered wellbeing and happiness classes at Wellington College, where he was headmaster. He is a firm believer that there is no more important task for schools than teaching wellbeing. He also happens to be one of country's leading contemporary historians and commentators. I am absolutely thrilled and delighted to welcome Sir Anthony Sheldon to the stage. Welcome, Sir Anthony.
Jane, thank you very much indeed. And thank you also to you and EAC for the pioneering work that you have done in leading on happiness and well-being. At this point, let us just take a moment's pause. I'd like everyone just to spend a minute of just inhaling, close your eyes, and just be where you are. Okay, so the talk today is about happiness and happiness in schools, well-being in schools. And my first contention would be, and indeed the theme of the talk, is that happiness and well-being begins with us. And as leaders, whether you're teachers, assistant heads, administrators, heads, leaders of chains of schools, or indeed the education secretary, just in case our new education secretary happens to be tuning in to the talk, whoever you are, the core message that I've learned in a lifetime of working in this field is it begins with us. And unless we have authenticity ourselves, unless we're seen to be serious about taking our own well-being seriously, by seriously I mean not doing it with a rigidly cold face, but with a light heart and with joy and a sense of fun, unless we're seen to be radiating that joy and seriousness about taking well-being seriously, then we might as well forget it and just go home, because it doesn't work. Nothing is more shallow than a teacher or a head or administrator lecturing about well-being while then the next moment they're angry or bitter, they're bawling somebody out, or they're using fear with the children or with colleagues. It just doesn't work. So this, I think, is the most important thing. As Jane has said, I think it's the most important start that any child can have to feel secure. And unless we can be secure in our own skin, unless we are able to sit silently by ourselves and just inhale and exhale as you did, then I don't think it's going to work. Ask me about this at questions coming up. So the four questions that I'm going to be examining today, I was asked to talk about these. How did happiness classes start at Wellington? And when I pioneered those with colleagues nearly getting on for 20 years ago, we were absolutely bawled out by the Daily Mail and by commentators, particularly on the right, of politics for all kinds of things. Then I'm going to talk about what is positive psychology, because that, I think, needs to underline all our schools, and it's different to just thinking the solution, which many governments worldwide think the solution is, well, we've got a heck of a mental health crisis amongst our young, an epidemic, let's get more counsellors, more therapists. They're necessary, but that's only half of it. Positive psychology is the other half. I'll talk about that. Then I'm going to have just 3 practical tips, which I will spell out, and then I'm going to give you 10 fruits, and you're going to be thinking through what the practical tips are. So that's it. That's today. Okay, so how 16, 17 years ago did this start? I suppose, look, all my career, I'd wanted to have happy children around me. I wanted them to enjoy my lessons. I'd wanted, whether running teams or tutor groups or cultural activities or trips, I'd really wanted the young people to feel happy, but I didn't really know how to go about it. I just noticed that some of my colleagues were just seemed to radiate energy and happiness, and others were kind of a bit cynical, but negative, always looking for the thing to criticize. So in 2005, I suddenly felt myself appointed to Wellington College. That's a picture of it there. And it was a lot about this, wasn't it? And this is what a lot of education secretaries all around the world think that education is about. It's about you cramming the material, and then you settle people down in exams, and you monitor exams. But it's, I mean, that's important, absolutely. It's a necessary part of it's necessary for good schooling, but it's not sufficient for a good school. For a good school to be sufficient to justify the label good or excellent, needs to be doing so much more to develop the young people, and indeed the staff, so they want to remain in your school or your group. So I was on a hunt because I knew that we had to try and change Wellington, which was having all kinds of problems, not least academic, but pastoral problems also, needed a new direction. And there was a lot of unhappiness, a lot of, even back in 2005, a lot of children who were unhappy, not as many young children who were reporting all kinds of mental health issues as now, but even then there were a lot of young people, girls as well as boys as well as girls, teachers as well as support staff, reporting mental illness, mental unwellness, and general unhappiness problems. So I came across this guy, and I was influenced by 3 people in particular, and I'm trying to give this talk with as few words as possible in PowerPoint, because we look at a lot of words on screens, don't we? But let me just tell you who he is. He's Marty Seligman, and there are going to be 2 other American, and this is not, I'm afraid, so they're not very diverse. They're all white males coming up, but they've all got messages that benefit young people regardless of their background. To me, they're all 3 are pioneers. Marty Seligman started positive psychology when he became head of the American Psychological Association. He asked the question, why is the field of psychology obsessed with what goes wrong for human beings? Where are the studies that look at what goes right? What makes a happy university? What makes a happy school? What makes a happy adult? What makes a happy child? What can we understand about those people, those organizations that are flourishing, keyword flourishing for Marty Seligman. So out of that was born positive psychology. I'm going to say more about that later. Second up is Howard Gardner, will be known to some of you. Howard Gardner asked that most wonderful of questions. Don't ask, he said, how intelligent a child is. Ask rather, how is a child intelligent? Now, a lot of you know that quotation, obviously, but are you operationalizing that in your schools? he gave birth to multiple intelligences, and I revised the entire organization of Wellington around 8 different intelligences: the logical and linguistic, the social and the personal, the creative and the physical, and the moral and the spiritual. 8 different kinds of intelligence. That word education means to lead out, doesn't it? You lead out. You don't close down to an exam. You're leading out what's inside young people. And what you're leading out is what Howard Gardner of Harvard talks about. And the third person is also from Boston, and some of you might recognize him. He's John Kabat-Zinn. He's a medical doctor who has pioneered mindfulness and stress as a key aid in physical health and mental health, mindfulness-based stress reduction. So John Kabat-Zinn. So those are 3 key people who guided my own work. Well worth looking them up. Howard, in order, they were Marty Seligman, Howard Gardner, and John Kabat-Zinn, Cabot with a K, Zinn, Z-I-N-N. Okay, and then obviously colleagues. I mean, so I was very fortunate indeed to have a totally brilliant colleague called Ian Morris. There he is, who became head of happiness, head of well-being, and he wrote a remarkable book, some of you will know it, called Learning to Ride Elephants, about the teaching of well-being in schools. And Ian absolutely embraced what Marty Seligman was talking about, positive psychology. And he organized for the lady on the right, on the left there, Karen Rivich from University of Pennsylvania, to come over and to do a week's teaching at the end of the summer term for Wellington staff, but also from a lot of schools in the area. It was a wonderful, remarkable session in 2006, 2007, teaching people about positive, how to teach well-being and the evidence on which that is based. So there we are. First aspect of the talk over, who were the influences, how did that happen? Next, what is positive psychology? And the best way I can show you what positive psychology is to show you this photograph here. This shows you what positive psychology is. Now, cast your eye to the right-hand side of the screen and look at the bottom there on the rocks. Just look at that in a moment. And that is where most psychology, most of our interventions in schools and in universities. For the last 5 years, I've been running a university where there is enormous and growing mental health problems, as you know. And that begs the question, why are people being allowed to come onto university who have not more of a grounding in managing and looking after themselves? It also throws a big question, spotlight onto universities. What are they doing? Now, much of the work is at the bottom of the waterfall. This is after people have fallen over the edge. They are self-harming, they have eating disorders, they've had their first suicide attempt, they've developed some form of psychosis or severe neurosis. And once people fall over the top, it's much more expensive and much harder and more difficult to put them back together again. And of course, you need people. I'm categorically not saying you don't need people, but positive psychology, additionally, as well as a concern for those who have fallen over, is looking at the top. Cast your eye out to the left of the screen, please. Top left, and you'll see there the river flowing. And the work of positive psychology is building capacity at the top of the waterfall to reduce, it will never eliminate, to reduce the likelihood of children. And remember, they're learning habits, and you can learn more readily when they're young what good habits are They can learn that more readily in the tranquility and relative security of school environments that gives them more capacity to then look at the rocks in the middle of that picture. You can see there, this is the turbulence of life. And the turbulence of life we cannot protect our children from it. We cannot protect ourselves from it. We are going to be disappointed. We're going to have our hearts broken. We are going to be disappointed at work. We're going to be disappointed in our friends. We're going to have financial and other worries. We cannot help that. But why is it that some people can come through these things still strong, still resilient, and others don't? Others succumb and they go over the edge. So positive psychology is about building that capacity, if you're with me. There is Marty Seligman at one of the conferences we organized. He is the guy in the middle. I love that photograph. I took that from the stage after he'd spoken. It was, you might even see yourself at that. It was one of the conferences that Action for Happiness and IPEN organized. I'll come onto those bodies in a moment. And he's then come off the stage at the end of talking, and people are just in rapture with what Marty Seligman, is saying to them about positive psychology. Now, the work was incubated very much at the University of Pennsylvania, which is in Philadelphia in the United States, and it spread from there. It developed in the 1990s after his seminal lecture in the 1990s, and it developed in the early part of the 21st century. Two key figures I'm going to mention are Angela Duckworth, who has done so much on the development of resilience and grit. World leader, Angela Duckworth, on the development of grit and resilience, a key part of positive psychology and a key part of what should be a responsible school provision, curriculum and extracurricular activity. And secondly, David Cooper-Ryder, whose particular specialism is appreciative inquiry. Now, if your organizations haven't gone through an appreciative inquiry, it's well worth doing it. Appreciative inquiry allows your organizations to build from their strengths, and it allows colleagues to start working together as never before in an appreciative inquiry to how to make your school and your wider school associations more successful. So he is David Cooper-Ryder. They're two leading figures from University of Pennsylvania. 10 years ago, we started IPEN. This is the front page of the website. IPEN, the International Positive Education. Again, positive education is the education arm of positive psychology network, and this links colleges and schools globally. And Seligman and I are the presidents of that body. There, when I went up to university, notice on that pamphlet there is a waterfall. And the analogy there is the positive and the mindful university. I wrote that with the head of psychology at my university. Now, you will be familiar, many of you, with OECD's work, the PISA studies. There I am on the way. That's actually on a Eurostar at 300 kilometers an hour. I've never done a headstand at that speed before. It was a pretty imperfect headstand for those of you who do yoga. But on the stage, I was making the point that education globally needs to be stood on its head, and we need to put well-being first, not have it as the add-on. So I was just doing a bit of a preparation, as well as no doubt showing off a bit for the passengers. I don't think any of them were remotely impressed. And of course, that is there just to say that COVID has made all of this much more necessary and much more serious, hasn't it? Okay, on to the third question. 3 practical tips. 3 practical tips are as follows. You're not going to be surprised by the first. I've flagged it up already. You begin with yourself. And I explained why, if you want to have any authenticity, you need to begin with yourself. And unless you're taking your well-being seriously, if you're not sleeping enough, if you're coming into school angry, and if you're looking washed out, if you don't have time for the children or colleagues, if you're not loving towards yourself, compassionate towards yourself, well, maybe you will make a bit of impact on well-being. Maybe you'll be able to teach okay, maybe not, but you'll be able to do the job much, much better if you are taking your own well-being seriously. Secondly, if you're not already ahead, if you are ahead, you need to win over people in your MAT or local authority, governors, and others. You win people over. The best way to win people over is actually by them noticing the change in you. Or maybe even noticing the change in, if you're a teacher, in the performance of your classes. It was very important that Wellington's performance in exams went massively up at the same time we were introducing well-being, because it showed skeptics that it wasn't either or. Those of the Nick Gibb, the recently departed schools minister, tendency would say, either you're doing that core knowledge, core curriculum, or you're doing that fluffy well-being stuff. Nonsense. You do them both together. You develop the child's academic abilities at the same time as looking after their holistic well-being and wholeness and all-round capabilities. So it's important to win allies. The most important way is them noticing a change in you, but also showing them that it's not about that old dichotomy of one or the other. It's about showing that actually schools can become happier, better places by following this. Your faculty, your year group, maybe your section of the school. People notice not what we say, but what we do, what the results are. That's the second tip. And the third tip, again, no surprise, is it's not primarily about more time or more money. I mean, frankly, you could have 10 hours a week on wellbeing and happiness classes and still be an unhappy school and still have a lot of very distressed young people. Positive psychology is looking at the culture and the relationships. It's looking at, there's clearly an argument for having well-being in it as part of every lesson where or special classes on it, but far more important is the values, and I'm going to talk about those coming up now. So let's come on to that last part. And we can make very profound changes. Think of a family. Happy families don't spend an awful lot of time talking about happiness, but they just do it. They've worked it out, they've cracked it. And I'm going to talk about that now. And show you 10 steps towards leading happier. And I'm going to do this very quickly. Usually I will make a whole talk just on these 10 steps, which I associate with 10 fruits. I'll just run over them now with you before we go on to questions. I've mentioned IPEN, which is the international body, Action for Happiness. I founded 12 years ago with Lord Richard Layard, member of the House of Lords, major economics thinker, and Sir Jeff Mulgan, who was head of strategy and head of policy in Downing Street. And Action for Happiness now has 300,000 members and is enormously influential in driving forward an intelligent understanding of happiness based on 10 keys. So there is Richard Layard, one of the happiest, most delightful people you could ever meet on earth. If only every student was taught by Richard Layard at university, if they go to university, they would have a lot happier time there. And there's Vanessa King, who's written a wonderful book, Vanessa King, a wonderful book about the 10 steps to happier living, and there's schools versions of that. Some of you will know about Vanessa. So now here is a quotation from Aristotle, probably. You can lead teachers and administrators to the fruit bowl, but you can't make them eat. And I'm going to show you the 10 fruits now. But before I do that, I'm going to look at reasons why people don't take happiness and well-being seriously in their schools and in their own lives. Reasons for inaction. Some people don't accept the evidence, don't accept that all these 10 steps are really well grounded in evidence. They say, well, okay, I kind of get it, maybe not, but I just don't have the time. Sorry, look, if you had my life, my mother-in-law, my children, my headache, I've got this back pain, I just don't have time, I mean, great for you guys, I'm gonna do it, sure, but not me, no, sorry. And then that's the third reason there, which you can see. Some people think, fourthly, that, look, it's happiness is very selfish, and I don't lead a selfish life. Wrong. Following happiness is the opposite of being selfish. You just remember what it's like being around somebody who's very unhappy, and the energy that drains out of you. And some people say that they can't change, that they say, okay, get the evidence, I could have time for it, yeah, I get all of this, really important, but I can't change. And the message there is, if you believe you can't change, you won't change. I mean, there's no way. If you believe that you cannot change, you will not change. You have to change that belief about yourself, and then you can. We are what we believe about ourselves. Children very significantly achieve what they believe that they can do and can achieve. That's why it's so important not to crush people, but it's also very important not to crush ourselves by self-limiting ourselves and telling ourselves the old lie that we can't change. Okay, now, next we're going to see 10 fruits. The point about this is that the fruits are just a guide to these 10 different actions. They're completely unrelated, really, to what they are. I mean, you can make out, you can maybe make an association. Those are clearly strawberries that you should see here. And strawberries, I'm associating with the first of these 10 steps, which I think should imbue every school, every classroom, every teacher, every leader, every pastoral carer, every head, every administrator. This is about the first word. It makes up an acronym. Some of you will know this, called Great Dream. And G is for giving, is for giving. And the more that you give, the happier you're going to be. And the more that you take or crush, the less happy you're going to be. And the more you can tell children this, but the more they see you as a leader, teacher, whatever you are, giving. And what do you give, kids? What do you give colleagues? Well, if we were together in the same room, we could talk about that. And I think you'd probably come up with the answers: money. Well, actually, money, not so much, in fact, but your time. And you can give your time. You can give, very, very importantly, many parents, many teachers neglect this. You give your attention. You're not looking over your shoulder. You're not thinking about your coffee break, you're looking and there with the kid. And you're also giving love. And love is the same as giving somebody your total undivided attention. They know when they're there. So G is about giving. The more you can give, bring giving into the theatre of the school. Have Up Action for Happiness posters all around your schools that list these 10 keys. Next one is pineapple. Pineapple was supposed to be a symbol of benevolence and relating. So this is R for relating. G was for giving, R is relating. The more you can relate well to each other, the more you can, in your schools, sure, you can have relationship classes, absolutely, and talk about good relationships and bad relationships, but the more in the classroom, the way you're relating to the kids, the way the kids see you relating to other colleagues, the more assemblies, events in public and the corridors that it seems to be grounded on good relationships, the better the message will come across. Those who have good relationships are happier people. The science shows again and again. Those who don't have good relationships or who are suffering from an abusive relationship or a sad relationship will feel unhappy. The point is we can learn how to have good relationships and we can practice it, and we need to give it care. And by the way, he throws in here just a quick thought, going on dates with your partner. If you have a partner, give them time. Go on a date with them. When did you last go on a date with your partner? Remember the things that enchanted you about each other. Give them time. On to the next one. Lemons, very zesty. Exercise. Exercise makes us happier. We are our bodies. We're more than our bodies, but we're partly our bodies. The more we can look after our bodies, give them exercise, get those steps up, 7,000 paces a day. Can you do more than that? Do you need to have so many meetings inside? Can you be outside more? This is also looking at what you're eating, and it's encouraging the young people to eat wholesomely, to get wholesome exercise, to ensure that they're properly hydrated, that they're looking and nurturing looking after their bodies. So the more we can learn to relax, the more we can learn to rest, the more better we'll sleep, the better we'll do the next day. Those who look after their bodies will find their bodies look after them. The more that your body's looking after you, the happier you'll be. We can teach these lessons to young people. They'll absorb them a lot more easily than people who are not young. And then we're now on to A, and here we are with the blueberries. Very good, we're just coming to an end. Blueberries are for appreciating. The more we can appreciate each other, the more we can look for the good things in each other. There we have for T is for trying out. So there are peaches. The more you can try things out, don't do stale things, try new things out. And then we're on to, so we've had G-R-E-A-T, we're now on to dream. It makes great dream. The mango there is for direction. The more you can have, the more your own life can be in control. A life in control is a happy life. The more you can help your children to have a sense of direction and clarity in their lives. Dream, there are tangy oranges is about resilience. I mentioned Angela Duckworth. You can help your young people develop resilience that will help them cope better with the misfortunes of life. There we have different kinds of melons, and that there is for awareness. Awareness, the more you can build awareness, the more you can build stillness, silence lessons, silence aspects, begin a lesson, begin a meeting with just 30 seconds, a minute of silence. So everyone can just come together and be aware of the present moment, And then we are on to DREA, we're then on to empathy, and the more you can learn to be empathetic with each other, the different kinds of grapes relating to each other, and finally M as in meaning. The more you can have a meaning in your life, the more you can help even children find that meaning. A life that has meaning is a life that is happy and well lived. A common characteristic of those who are very depressed and indeed attempt suicide is they feel their life has no purpose. So let's just very quickly in the last minute come back and look at the objections reconsidered. Well, it's not selfish to be happy. The evidence is bountiful, and if you look at those two websites, you can see all the evidence. I'm not needing to show it to you. You can see that there very clearly. If you say you don't find the time, what else is it that you're finding time for? What can be more important? Again, to get back to what Jane said at the beginning, why do I think this is more important than anything? It's more important for you in your own lives, and it's sure as heck more important for children. Happy children will be able to go on and have happy lives. If you say, I can't change my life, then begs the question, who's then in charge of your life? And if the objection is, well, it's just fickle and doesn't matter, it's very clear that happy people succeed much better in life. They don't just lead lives which are more enjoyable, but they're more successful. And then exactly on time, I hope, the end. So I hope that will have aroused some questions.
So Anthony, thank you so much. That was truly brilliant and very inspirational. I've written down so much from your talk, so thank you very much indeed. We have had lots of questions. I am conscious of time, so I'm just going to choose one, if I may, because I'm fascinated by this. For staff, when you were at Wellington and moving this forward, for the staff who didn't buy into the idea of wellness and mindfulness, how did you manage to convince them?
Well, some people won't. And, you know, a lot of people resent being told about how they should live their life. And some people are just resent this, and I think you just leave them be, because the danger is that you can inflame them even more by putting pressure on them. If this is not for them, fine, respect it. That's the way they are. So there's some who will never buy into it. There's some who are just ridiculously keen and interested in it, but there's a big middle ground who will be swayed by the evidence. So just give them time and let them see the benefits.
Fabulous. Thank you, Sir Anthony, and thank you again. Absolute wonderful talk, and thank you for your words of wisdom.
Well, good luck. Good luck to everybody, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, please keep your questions coming in. Next up, we have the Department for Education's Matthew Hopkinson, which we're absolutely delighted to welcome. So next on will be Matthew. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Policy Lead for Children and Young People's Mental Health at the Department of Education. In his role, Matthew oversees policy on school approaches to pupil wellbeing, sex and health education and anti-bullying. I am absolutely delighted to welcome to the stage Matthew Hopkinson. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Jane. It's a real sort of pleasure to be here. Actually, relevant to some of the other stuff that's been mentioned already in the conference, my role also extends to PE and school sport, and looking at some of those sort of extracurricular activities and how to put those in place as part of a wider improvement of well-being. So really relevant to a range of things that have already been said. I'm going to try and focus a bit on schools in my presentation, but I think it's important to say that's not the end of either DFE activity or the government activity either. There's a range of stuff that we're doing that is for colleges as well as for schools, and obviously there's work on universities and the wider work that the Department of Health and Social Care does that we link into in terms of trying to improve the provision of wider specialist services. But it's really good to be in this conference, I think, today, because while I wouldn't expect people to stint on highlighting the ongoing problems and issues to us, and there are those things, it's really good to be linking into people like EACT who are inspiring and also illustrating the benefits and the possibilities of what you can do with a focus on mental well-being in schools. So the basis of our approach to policy is looking at trying to promote a whole school approach for mental well-being. The things that appear on this shouldn't look unfamiliar in terms of schools. None of this is actually a new job for schools. It's a way of illustrating and understanding how a focus on mental well-being links to the existing jobs of schools. And actually recently we worked with Public Health England on updated guidance, which has just come out. I'll be popping a link in later on via EACT to a single page which brings together links to that guidance and a range of the other things that I'm going to talk about as I go through my presentation. And I think it's as well as sort of framing guidance and being part of that sort of piece of guidance for schools on setting up a whole school approach, this framework gives us a framework as policymakers and from what we do within DFE to consider how to support the implementation, how to support schools who want to put a whole school approach in place and to do it in a way that makes sense to them. I think it's worth going back actually being clear, and it picks up on some of the stuff that was said earlier on, that school's only one part of children's lives. I mean, the research that Willem referred to earlier illustrates that taken as a standalone influence, the difference sometimes right on its own that a school makes can be small. But actually the important thing is that all those factors in children's lives interact, and the impact that schools make is really important and can be expressed in sort of two ways, I think, in terms of one is increasing the protective factors and one reducing the risk factors, both of which are things which these factors can, by doing those things, you can mitigate the impact of the other things in children's lives and help stop issues that they're experiencing becoming toxic. So just sort of illustrate a bit, the protective factors include things like passing on knowledge about teaching about mental health, the offering of activity and development activities through the curriculum, extracurricular activity, and that pastoral support. Talking about happiness, having a place for enjoyment within school, and one of a really important protective factor for the longer term is attainment. So the sort of that role of schools in relation to attainment absolutely key in this, and also one of the things experienced in terms of going out, in particular, I'm based in Sheffield, but in particular to schools in some of the more deprived areas of Sheffield and elsewhere in the country, the importance of schools as a calm place and where children can feel safe to come and have that place within their lives. And part of that is that links into the supporting to reduce risk factors. So the things that schools do, like dealing with bullying and behaviour issues, which can affect the sort of wider life of the school, and those who are engaged in those activities as well as those who are affected by it. And also those sort of the work that schools do through how they engage with pupils, which helps to identify issues, put in place early responses to issues as they emerge, and to refer for specialist support where required. So just say in terms of our policy action overall, one of the key things that we're doing, I think there's been some links in the chat to a range of training programs that have been provided, but we are offering and funding senior mental health lead training as a focus and support for schools to find their own way to do whole school approaches and to address some of these sorts of issues. Now, the senior mental health lead role is not something that we put in as a sort of statutory role, not least because of how some of the things which we highlight there about what they will do and what the school does links into other roles which are statutory, not least the role of SENCOs and the role of the designated safeguarding lead. So hopefully this is the training, and what we're putting in place is focused not on sort of saying here's another job for somebody in the school, but about how the school does things and how the school can take advantage. And some of what was talked about earlier in the presentations really brought some of that to life, I think. But having this in place and having a programme of training that's being shared out across the country and giving schools the opportunity to draw on, I think also gives us a chance to look at how schools deliver their mental health lead roles, keep looking at that, and that's something we'll keep looking at. And so informing us about how we can further develop and support that practice. And again, referring back to conferences like this sort of engagement with Change.EACT, really important to us in making sure we do that well and as we take sort of policy into the future. Just sort of going a bit further in sort of the detail of the whole school approach and the various aspects and things that we've already got underway in terms of supporting those, because there's a wide range of activity because mental health runs through so many of those roles of the school. There's a wide range of activity that we're doing to support practice, which affects that. Now, as Jane introduced, one of the key parts of my role is on relationships, sex and health education, which has been made statutory from last September. And we put in place a range of support and training programs in order to support that rollout. We're now in a place where we want, it's not like schools weren't teaching these subjects before, but we've sort of brought that together into a sort of requirement and gave us a chance to do some more support. We're now looking at letting that bed in a bit, but monitoring the implementation. And I think one of the things we'll be looking at doing in terms of the content and how it's taught is to think about how perhaps it can support further specific issues that come up and that become particularly relevant to schools. Actually, we did that in relation to mental well-being as part of the challenge of responding to COVID. The first modules of training that we put in place and we accelerated were in relation to mental well-being. And develop those, particularly to help schools offer those lessons and be part of the sort of response and the recovery process. But to be honest, across the whole of relationships, sex and health education, there are very few of the issues which are covered by that and taught, which aren't part of a protective story and aren't part of this sort of linked into well-being. So there's a range of things that are coming up that we'll be looking at. I think thinking further about practice in schools, we've got Jamie from the Anne Freud Centre speaking later, but one of the things she does is run a programme of randomised controlled trials that the department's been putting in place and is ongoing and still ongoing because we were delayed a bit by COVID and the ability to sort of continue to gather evidence during that. I won't go into a huge amount of detail about those, but the trial has two arms, the Inspire arm, which is covering, there have been a range of trials of mindfulness, is covering one approach to mindfulness in schools and how it actually works in a school context, but also things like relaxation and some of the techniques that actually the pupils were demonstrating earlier on, and how those work and how those really work in the school setting. The other arm of the trial is AWARE, which is covering different approaches to mental health awareness. In particular, two different ones, one called the Youth Aware of Mental Health Programme, which is an externally delivered one, and also a school delivered one called The Guide. We picked those out because they had good international evidence to start off with, and those are things that we're testing. Now, as I say, with those trials are still ongoing, but as we get the results for that, we will draw those out, look at sharing them and how they can feed into that sort of wider policy and that continued story about how we support whole school approaches. Also really relevant to these boosting and protecting factors through whole school approaches, we've got anti-bullying prevention work, where that's again links into having a good ethos and a place where children can feel safe. We've actually got some new programs which we're just in the process of commissioning and which will be announced later in the year in order to support schools. Those link into things like our Respectful Schools guidance that we've published previously, and that we're part of that's also linked through to on the page, which I'll share later. Actually, Dominic Harrington introduced and comes talked about the value of talking to young people, and I think that's really important. There have been a number of references also in the chat to ambassador schemes. One of the things we did a couple of years ago was a trial of how to set up safe peer support schemes for mental health, and we've got some of the lessons from that are really helpful, and again that we can there are links to those lessons on the page which I'll share. And we did that not because it's an alternative to provision or mental health provision, but because actually those peer support, that engaging children and young people, it can be a really good focus for schools for getting that genuinely shared approach which runs right throughout what schools are doing and making sure that pupils themselves are involved in it. Further policy, I mentioned activities earlier. Actually, I think one of the things that's come through COVID and is a really key part of what we're looking at in the context of how we support recovery in the longer term is how some of those wider activities and participation dropped off, and that has a wider effect on that sort of sense of engagement with peers, that sense of enjoyment within schools, but also the wider sense of sort of agency and self-efficacy, and that sort of control over your life, which can be at the root of some of the issues which children face and the root of anxieties and some of what they experience. So I think recognising that wider role of schools, which really highlighted, I think, by COVID and what people were feeling that children missed, is really important to us. Now, actually, we managed to get some really good focus on those things across the school holidays in the context of our holiday activities fund. But the wider work that we're doing on school sport, recent announcement about sort of putting money into improving PE teaching and supporting the improvement of PE teaching in primary schools and opening up school premises, all of that can play a really important role in increasing that wider activity and those opportunities for children and young people and getting that sort of wider development. And we'll look as well at how we can link that into that sort of development of character, but that sort of personal development, which was captured in character education guidance we published at the end of 2019, and knit that into how we approach recovery as we go forward. And sort of just before I move on from the sort of more preventative end of the things that we're picking up, I think there's been a lot of talk about staff wellbeing, and absolutely vitally that sort of, it's, the whole school approach, supporting pupils is really important, but having staff in a position to support pupils, just central. The department published the Education Staff Wellbeing Charter in May, which that covers off a range of actions which the government and other organisations, including Ofsted, are going to be taking to help support improving the welfare of staff in schools and colleges. And I think that includes things already underway, that support has been funded for school leaders and training about implementing flexible working practices and recognising it is that range of wider pressures and that range of different sort of elements of working in schools that affects these things. So from my perspective, then I think that's covered off some of the things we're doing around the sort of supporting the prevention and the promotion aspects of what happens in schools. Obviously, actually responding to issues, addressing risk factors and those sorts of is also massively important, and it's something which really confronts schools on a day-to-day basis. It's interesting that in the context of some of the joint working, we've had schemes in place through a link program to try and build links between education settings and health commissioners and health deliverers. And it's interesting that one of the key things that came through bringing people together in the early days of that scheme, sort of 3 or 4 years ago, was people in the wider sort of health community not really appreciating how much, what real impact some of these mental health issues as they're emerging and need to be dealt with have on the life of the school, and how and sort of ability to school staff to do their job, and the real sort of how it viscerally feels, and the sort of level of impact, and then therefore how important it is to address that. And it's not just that the schools need to be able to sort of refer out. But I think the important thing again is not to see this is for us not to see this as an additional role of schools. You now are having to do a mental health job in this area. It's much more about actually the children do come to school, they're in front of you on a day-to-day basis, and actually the ways in which you identify and pick up these issues and risk factors are there in the day-to-day normal role of schools. So you pick these things up through attendance. If children aren't turning up or they're not attending on a regular basis, that's one of the things you dig into. Behaviour, one of the other things which can sort of indicate issues. The SEN and disability, the SEND processes are absolutely framed around, and the graduated response, which is there in the code of practice for that, is very much framed around identifying an issue, working with parents and with the pupil themselves about what to do, seeing whether that's worked, and then sort of and whether or not external support is needed, and sort of trying to solve those issues so that kids can engage with education. And of course, there are the safeguarding processes as well, where if sometimes that things do get, if you've got a safeguarding crisis and you need to be able to sort of support children. So, but those are all jobs that exist within the school. And I think it's important that as we're looking in terms of support is to recognise that the important thing is about understanding how mental health and wellbeing runs through those responses. It might not be it's a standalone cause of issues which affect those areas. There are all sorts of underlying causes for and issues for mental health, family issues, perhaps an unrecognised special educational need, bullying within schools, or that sort of concern about the future and where children are going to go next. But and it's the understanding of that mental health and wellbeing and those sort of causes, which I think is part of identifying issues and understanding what the schools do and how and when to seek external support. And I think it's important in that context that we do want to see about how we can make those links better into the world outside and to make sure that these issues are understood, but we don't need to introduce a new process onto schools beyond the ones which I've described. And I think from where we're thinking about taking policy forward and where we've talked about in the past, I think getting that sort of understanding of mental health into those processes and systems we've got already, so into the attendance support system, so understanding what issues might be underlying, actually linking that into understanding of behaviour issues. We have actually already put out a piece of guidance on mental health and behaviour, which highlights the importance of understanding underlying issues and signposts towards information on adverse child experiences and trauma. And that's something we will look to build on as behaviour policy develops further. And it's useful, it's good from our perspective that one of the things that's forthcoming on behaviour policy is to try and put in place, and we're testing behaviour surveys for schools to try and get a handle on what behaviour issues are. But part of that work will actually also include wellbeing measures within those surveys, be able to sort of link that through to wellbeing and to try to make the link with wellbeing and see it as part of a single picture. And as I say, the SEND process is absolutely vital. We have got a review of SEND underway, and I think it's absolutely, the challenge there is to how do we get better access for schools to earlier intervention, and how you can frame what schools do and how you can draw on a range of things from outside. And I think it's absolutely vital that we make the link with dealing with mental health issues as we take the SEND review forward. I think in terms of just probably want to finish up and leave time for sort of questions, but just to sort of say, I've talked a bit about process, and I think process is important. It should be there. The processes tend to be there. They should be there to help stop children and young people falling through the gaps and to make sure that help gets to the right place. I'm not going to go into a huge amount of my own personal experience on this, but just say I do know that it doesn't always feel like that from the point of view of a parent and from the point of view of a school in practice. And that's especially the case in what John was talking about right at the beginning, I think, about the sort of things that are raised with him in reporting on issues, that these can be really complex and highly individual circumstances, and finding the support is not a linear process. It's a really can be a very complicated thing, and as Willem was saying, different children can react in different ways. And I think as also was mentioned, it's really important not just to rely on the process, but think about how collectively we bring people together to work jointly together. I mentioned some of the work we've done to try and build better links between education settings and CAMS teams, basically, and that sort of support within health. But I think there's that sort of when we're taking the policy forward, I think we want to capitalise on that and that sort of sense of it being a collective issue for people to sort of respond to and to have the child at the centre of, rather than the process. So in focusing on that, I think there's more that we can do and we will look to do in terms of schools understanding what they themselves can do. A lot of this has come through at this event, I think, today, but just sort of informing the sort of pastoral support we're offering, and we're going to update the guidance we have on how to make sure that school-based counselling offered in schools is effective, and we're working with the counselling sector in order to do that. A key part of this sort of joint approach is the rollout of mental health support teams linked to groups of schools and colleges. I mean, I think it's a really sort of key part of that, and a really important thing is that the mental health support teams sit within the NHS, are funded by the NHS, but link out into schools, and that the people working in the teams are trained not just in some of the evidence-based interventions which you can put in place, but also in how to engage with schools. We've done things in the past where we've tried to put health staff into schools, and the cultures have been very different, and it hasn't always worked. And it's not something that works instantly, but the experience of those first mental health support teams rolling out is it's something that can make a really good positive difference to schools, and make sure that the teams and the relationships mean that it's more than the sum of their parts, because people are working together, having conversations about how to respond to things rather than relying on process totally. And the last thing I should sort of mention, of course, in this sort of context is we do need to continue the ramping up of specialist services within the NHS. You can't underestimate the need for that and the difficulty that accessing those services causes. Obviously mental health support teams have been making a big difference in that, and also the NHS recognise it is expanding mental health services faster than it has been ever before. You know, coming from what is honestly a way back in terms of capacity to deal with issues, but making significant progress. And those are things that we need to continue to focus on as we move forward. So I think that covers off a range of the sort of policy focuses and the things that we'll be thinking about as we take things forward. Obviously, we've got a new set of ministers. I don't think that engaging with them in very early days, they see, this is so important to schools and so important to parents that it will continue to be a focus as we go forward, and we'll be working with them to identify what we can do and to make the best use of the money that we get and the resources which are allocated to schools through the spending review. And as I say, I think it's from our perspective, really important that this is a continuing story. It's not that there is something specific to be delivered in that will then stop and the schools will all be fine. It's about sort of working with that whole school approach, working with the role of the senior mental health lead, working off the back of the training and working out what further things we need to do in order to keep on supporting schools to make this work. So I'm going to finish my sort of talk through there, and I know Jane, you'll be collecting questions and things like that. I'm happy to try and answer as many as I can for the rest of the session.
Thank you, Matthew. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, and incredibly informative. So thank you for that. And I think we'll all be really encouraged to hear how ministers want to continue to support mental health in the way that the DFE has been. So we watch this space on that as well. A few questions have come in from the chat, and quite a few. A couple which hopefully will be quite easy at first, and then we'll get to the really hard ones. The first one, Matthew, is will the PE sports premium continue into the financial year 2022 onwards?
We've confirmed that it's continuing for this academic year. We need to go through the spending review for final confirmation for future years. What I would hope is, we don't leave it as late as we have left it in the last couple of years in order to confirm it, because we know what problems that causes in terms of schools planning. But I do need to sort of, but it's been a function of how the public finances work for the last couple of years that we've been quite late in confirming, but we have at least managed to confirm that going forward. And although I wouldn't want to promise, but what I would really hope is that we're not just confirming it a year at a time as well. We can give a bit of an indication of how that goes off into the future as part of a sort of wider set of action on PE and school sport to give schools more certainty for planning and that sort of thing, because we appreciate the issues that it caused last couple of years.
I think certainly some of the feedback we got, and I'm sure colleagues listening in had the same thing, that one of the things the children missed most during lockdown was sport, and obviously absolutely paramount for all the skills that it brings of teamwork and everything else. But it's the one thing the children really missed, I think, when we're in lockdown. So hopefully there'll be more good news with that. The next question is, has there been an announcement yet about how schools can bid for the mental health lead grant funding?
Yes, the process is up and running. I have to say there's been an awful lot of interest in it so far from people. I can make sure the links are there with the sort of link that I share further down the line. I don't know if we're in danger of being too successful on it in terms of, we will have to stage the availability of the training and things like that we can support. But it's been really good, because actually, when you're going through developing these policies and trying to persuade people that schools really want this sort of sport, you can often get the sort of, oh, but is that true? And to actually put something out and had such a massive amount of interest in it, and it links into some of the providers have been mentioned in training earlier on and that sort of thing, and it should be really valuable and really helpful, and the sort of level of interest is brilliant. really. But yeah, I'll make sure that those links are around.
Smashing, thank you. I'd like to know a little bit about, obviously schools have got limited funding. We've all got purse strings. What do you see as the best way to implement a whole school approach to wellbeing for schools where there are limited resources?
I can fall back on somebody answered this question. I think you answered the question there. It slightly depends on the school, doesn't it, in terms of where you're at and what the sort of expertise within you have within your school is, and the right sort of link. I mean, I think it's working out. I think, you know, I think that engagement with pupils and with staff really important in terms of the, you know, what are the issues that they're looking at and what they're facing, and what are the sort of things that can help unlock that. Being able to sort of listen to pupils and sort of say, well, this is what really matters to us within our school in terms of that ethos. Obviously, there's the linking into an understanding, linking into the wider sort of setup, and hopefully we tried to boost some of that engagement by putting money into local authorities for the Wellbeing for Education Return and Wellbeing for Education Recovery schemes, which employ people in local authorities to try and create a map of the provision and help link schools into it, because it's a very difficult, you know, there are so many different people out there and it varies so massively from area to area to sort of navigate that, so that's important. But I think that sort of engagement, that initial engagement and thinking, what's the thing that's going to unlock this for us? I mentioned the sort of peer support and that sort of engagement, and that sort of how I know that a number of schools, by focusing on setting up a peer support thing, really engaged their kids, and it gave, you know, it gave a sort of boost for the talking about mental health issues and making it part of the school. It gave a challenge actually to staff to think, well, actually, how do we support this to do safely and to get that sort of information in place and things like that. And it then led on to people focusing on different things as they move forward. So without sort of saying, this is the way, I think starting with the kids and that sort of thing might well be a really good way of going about it.
Brilliant, thank you so much, Matthew. What do you see as biggest change in mental health policy for children during the time you've been at the DFE?
Whoa.
I told you we were coming to the hard one.
No, I don't know, it's a hard one. I mean, it's just sort of, I mean, I think people, I mean, I think, you know, it's not like anybody was ever in the world where, you know, you didn't want kids to enjoy school or anything like that. And I don't, you know, and I don't think there's been a sort of change in the focus on standards and getting good results. And as I think I said, there's a really good, you know, there's a really important part of what schools do in terms of that longer term building people's mental health of the future, is getting those results, enabling kids to get the skills and the exams and things they need to go on and do the things they want to do later in life. Really, really sort of important. But I think it's probably that sort of sense that you can do stuff, and that focusing on mental well-being and kids having a good school experience complements those things. It's not a distraction from it, actually, that you can do that. It's not, I'm trying to get away from that sort of false dichotomy between, or you can either focus on the academic or on the well-being, that actually the two go hand in hand, and then trying to build that sort of practice. And also, you know, frankly, from a DFE point of view, not seeing being at the school, what schools do, being out, there's a sort of sense, sorry, just going into slight policy detail, but it's not a threat to schools to be asked to engage on mental health and well-being. It's not coming in and saying, right, here is this other role. It is actually being ready to do the work and saying, actually, this links into what you already do here and here and here. And it's about how you do it, not something else. And so, yeah, I think there's less of a sense that this could be a threat to doing the right things and that sort of false dichotomy, and much more of a sense that everything comes together as part of being a good school.
Fabulous, thank you. And the last one is just some clarification around the senior mental health course.
Yes.
And is that possible to undertake that without taking time away from the school position?
I think I will plead. I've not worked directly on it. It's not a single course. Actually, what people have put together is, I think, a range of providers who've been recognised for providing appropriate training, which you can use the funding to access. And while I've got in my mind who the long list of providers and things is, I think there are different providers offering things in different ways, so that you can pick something that suits what you want to do with that role in your school and the way in which you want to learn. So it isn't a sort of, here is a course that everybody goes on. It's much more of a sort of, here's funding to do one of a range of options which meet the needs of schools.
Thank you, really helpful. And I think, certainly from the conversations we've had in the past, Matthew, that there is so much work going on at the DFE with trying to support the mental health and the wellbeing aspects that all our colleagues on this course are listening into, and to have that support and to have it being taken so seriously, I think is great comfort to all of us that we're all moving in the same direction. So yeah, I would like to thank you so much for everything you're leading at the DFE, and long may that continue. And so thank you very much. Hugely helpful session this morning. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So things like this are just really important, and it's just
Absolutely.
Sort of, it is coming out. One of the most important things from our perspective, it's coming out from what schools want to do. It's not us trying to push it down. That really is what we aim to do, is support that and roll with it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. It is now lunchtime, I'm pleased to say. As before, it's really important that we get up, we have a break from our screens, and please have something to eat. I don't want you to just take my word for this. I want to now share a message from Farah at our EACT Braincroft Academy, and we'll see you after lunch. Thank you.
Hello, I am Farah Sadiq. It is time for a longer break, so it's really important to take some time away from your computer screen and to try and get some fresh air at lunchtime. If it's not raining where you are, why not take the dog out for a quick walk or join in on some of the amazing games the children are playing in the playground. However you spend your lunch break, please switch off your screens, and we'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome to the first of this afternoon's sessions. I'm Simon Locke, I'm Senior Editor at TES. I hope you enjoyed the programme so far. Before I introduce our next speaker, Jamie Smith, I just wanted to give you a little bit of background as to why TES have been working alongside EACT on this fantastic event and why Jamie's session is of particular importance. So TES have been supporting teachers since 1910. We've always valued the incredible work that school staff do and the vital support they offer young people. So as a result, we've always championed school staff and repeatedly held governments to account when it comes to pay, working conditions and policy. During the 111 years we've been producing a magazine, teachers have come through 2 world wars, through pay cuts, through industrial action, countless reforms, and of course, most recently, a pandemic. Through all this, teachers have been there for students and put themselves on the line repeatedly, sometimes sacrificing their own well-being for the sake of their students. And we're in awe of the work being done in schools. And through our magazine, we want to help further that work by raising the profile of great teaching, keeping staff informed, and like the event today, sharing great ideas. But also providing support when it's needed and creating that community where educators can support each other. But as well as the magazine, we offer a few different tools and services to support wellbeing. As Jane mentioned in her introduction earlier, we offer courses on mental health. I think 12,000 EACT staff have already done one of these, which is great. We also offer a staff survey, which leaders can use to get a sense of how staff are feeling with questions and analytics. And I know a few of these tools on this wheel, you might think, oh, how does that play into wellbeing? But everything we design is, it has sort of workload at its heart, essentially. It's designed to make leaders and teachers' lives easier. School Cloud, for example, allows you to run virtual parents' evenings, freeing up time for more important things. EdVal, for example, is a piece of, basically it's timetable wizardry, which allows you to sort of deal with flexible working requests and things like that to get that work-life balance more in check. We've also got a range of free resources, some of which Jamie's had a hand in and have been designed by the Anna Freud Centre and Mentally Healthy Schools. They're all available for free on our website. We've also got some downloadable guides. I think they're also available via our Wellbeing Hub, but they're also going to be circulated and available through EACT as well. So do keep an eye out for those. We're also really trying to gauge how teachers are feeling at the moment. We're running a global wellbeing survey, and we'd really like to find out how you guys are doing. So please, if you can spare 5 or 6 minutes, do follow that URL and give us your feedback. Hopefully we can get the word out to leaders about what really matters when it comes to staff wellbeing. I think basically what I'm trying to say is staff wellbeing is a huge focus for us, both within my team, within the magazine, and for the rest of the business. It's been amazing to partner with EACT and see some of the great work they've been doing. It's fantastic to see so many people here today, which obviously means that wellbeing for students and staff is high on the agenda. And it's been great listening to so many speakers. We've had Willem Kijken, Helen Dodds coming up later, both of whom we've spoken to and been featured in the magazine. And of course, that leads me to our speaker this afternoon, Jamie Smith, who's also featured recently on a podcast, and we were able to have a really insightful conversation. Jamie's the director of the schools division at Anna Freud Centre. She's worked in education all her life, starting at a secondary school in London and working with local authorities to support children excluded from school. The Mental Health and Wellbeing in Schools programme was established at the Anna Freud Centre under Jamie's direction, as was the Schools in Mind network, which has engaged 29,000 school professionals, I think. Yeah, she's offered some incredible insight via TES, and I'm sure the next 30 minutes will be really, really, really valuable. So first, I'll hand over to Jamie, and then I'll join in 30 minutes or so, and we'll be able to go through some of your questions. So please do stick those in the questions panel. Until then, Jamie.
Thanks, Simon. So I just want to check that my screen is sharing and that it's all working. Perfect, good. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's just a real pleasure to be here. So thank you so much for having me. I just want to say a quick thank you to TES and to EACT for putting on this conference. It's a really just an impressive agenda and a brilliant lineup of speakers. So it's a real privilege to be included. So thank you so much for having me here this afternoon. So yeah, my name's Jamie Smith. I work at the Anna Freud Centre and I lead on our schools work. And we've got about 30 minutes together this afternoon. And my session is going to focus on supporting staff wellbeing. So how do we prioritise staff wellbeing in education settings? So I want to start off thinking a little bit about what we mean by wellbeing, then exploring maybe some of the challenges and the context at the moment that teachers and school leaders face in relation to wellbeing, and then spend the majority of the session thinking about practical solutions and actions that you might take in your setting to really embed good mental health and wellbeing across your whole school community. So that's the plan. Yeah, I've done a few conferences over the pandemic. It never stops being weird that you're talking to people that you can't see. So definitely bear with me. I'm really hoping there are people out there, but all I can see is myself, which is super odd. But yeah, let's see how it goes. So before we get going, I just wanted to give you just a little bit of information about the Anna Freud Centre, just so you know who we are and what we do and where I work. Okay. Screen's not clicking through, but let's not let that worry us. There we go. Okay. So the Anna Freud Centre, then, we're a children's mental health charity. We've been in the sector for about 70 years. And I think we're quite unique in the sense that we're a charity that brings a whole range of expertise under one roof. So we have mental health professionals, clinicians, we have academics and researchers, we have people that come from the social work sector, from education, ex-heads, ex-school leaders and teachers, and everyone coming together with one real aim, and that is to transform the outcomes in relation to children and young people's mental health. And we're doing that via conducting research, by offering training to the mental health and education workforce. We provide free resources and we offer clinical practice to children and families as well. And wherever possible, we're trying to do this work completely for free. So really our aim is to translate research into practice, to take complex ideas and to make them very simple and practical. And for me in the schools division, the work that I'm trying to do is to get that research out into the classroom. So schools and colleges really need to know what works. They need to know what the evidence base is in relation to children and young people's mental health. And at the Anna Freud Centre, we have more evaluated research and practice than any other charity. Really, my aim is to get that evidence base into classrooms and make sure that schools are using the evidence base to really support children and young people and their staff. So we share all of our information about our work through the Schools in My network, which Simon mentioned in the introduction. So this is a free network for anyone that works in schools that's interested in mental health. So sign up, it's completely free, just check out on the Anna Freud website. And we have free events, we have free newsletters, we share our resources and our evidence and our research findings through that network. And we also recruit to our research projects. We run a whole range of different research projects. I think I heard Matthew earlier talk about the randomised control trial that we're running for the Department of Education, which is looking at the evidence base around interventions in schools. So if you're a school that's interested in research, sign up and you can be part of the research that we're running. So this afternoon then, I'm here to talk about staff wellbeing. But for me, in order to do that, I have to do that from a whole school approach perspective. And I think we've heard from many speakers this morning talking about the importance of a whole school approach, and I'm going to do that as well. I think there's a real spotlight at the moment on mental health for children and young people, and a spotlight on the role that schools play. And I think that we can all agree that teachers and school leaders and everyone working in schools wants to support and protect and promote the well-being of their children and young people and of their staff. But in order to do that, we really have to give teachers and school leaders the resources they need. We need to equip them with the training, with the tools, and with the confidence in order to really prioritise and embed good mental health in their setting. And for me and for the Anna Freud Centre, we believe that starts with a whole school approach, because a whole school approach to mental health will benefit everyone. It will, of course, benefit children and young people, but will benefit the entire community, parents, carers, and staff. So at the Anna Freud Centre, we have something called the 5 Steps Framework, which is our whole school approach. It's called 5 Steps because it has 5 steps. I'm going to talk about it super quickly now, but if you're interested in hearing more, go to the Anna Freud website. Again, it's a framework that you can use completely for free. All of the resources are for free, and it's just a really helpful way to work through and audit the work that you're already doing in relation to mental health and think about what you might want to build on. So for us, the first step is around leadership and leading change. So thinking about leadership, governors, policy, how you're embedding good mental health in your school improvement plans, development plans. The second step is around working together and how you're making sure that you're hearing the voices of children and young people and parents and carers in your work, and working externally with stakeholders, so your local mental health professionals and also voluntary sector. The third step is around understanding needs. So really important to us at the Anna Freud Centre that people are measuring wellbeing and understanding what the needs of your community are, and then evaluating any interventions that you put in. So that step gives lots of information about measurement. Fourth step is around promoting wellbeing, promoting it across your curriculum, absolutely, but in all senses. Are you making sure that you're celebrating wellbeing in all aspects and that you're including student voice? I heard Matthew talking about peer support schemes, and we've heard quite a lot around mental health champions in terms of staff and pupils. So that's around those ideas of everyone talking about mental health and promoting wellbeing. And the final step, and the one that I'm going to focus on this afternoon, is supporting staff. Staff wellbeing is integral to any whole school approach. It's the foundation stone. We know that if we're not supporting our teachers and school leaders and everyone working in a school, then how can we go on to prioritise and support the wellbeing of our children? So for me, supporting wellbeing for staff is a kind of our starting point really for a whole school approach. Okay, so what are we talking about when we're talking about wellbeing? What do we mean? So well-being is our physical, our mental and our emotional health. And if we've got good well-being, it normally means that we've got good balance in life. We're feeling resilient, we're coping well, we're feeling motivated. And I really like this image because I think it's a really good illustration, and I like the definition that goes with it, the idea of our well-being being on a seesaw. And that it's a balancing point between our resources, our psychological, social and physical resources, and the challenges that we face. So the balancing point between an individual's resource pool and the challenges they face. And when we have more challenges than our resources, then the seesaw is going to dip along with our well-being. I think that we all know that well-being for staff is, a moral and ethical need and also a legal requirement. And so I think the benefits of prioritising wellbeing are clear when we see schools, and many schools are really prioritising the wellbeing of their staff. We see the impact that that has in terms of staff feeling valued, staff feeling more productive and having greater job satisfaction. And then we see in turn that we see reduced staff absence, we see retention, and all of that ultimately impacts in the classroom, and we see the impact on our children and young people's mental health as well. So staff wellbeing really should be at the top of everyone's agenda. So where are we now in relation to staff wellbeing? What is the current context for staff wellbeing? Before I even talk about the pandemic, I want to think about pre-pandemic and what the challenges were that staff were facing. We know that teaching and working as a school leader is enormously challenging. We know the workload is very high. We know that teachers and school leaders are dealing with teaching and learning alongside safeguarding issues, pastoral concerns, building relationships with parents and carers, with other staff, with pupils. We also know that there's a huge amount of a kind of performance culture at the moment in relation to target setting and in relation to accountability and inspection. So the pressure on our education staff is high, and that was pre-pandemic. Research tells us that teaching staff and education professionals have the highest rates of work-related stress, depression and anxiety in Britain. That was in 2019. And we know that we're seeing teachers leaving the profession. 10% of England's teachers leave every year, and that increases for our early career teachers, 26% of new teachers leaving in the first 3 years. So we're losing fantastic teachers and school leaders all the time. So we really need to be asking questions about why this is the case. What can we do to rebalance the education profession and make sure that we're keeping excellent teachers and school leaders in our settings? And if teachers are telling us there's a problem, then we really need to start listening. As I said earlier, there is this new focus on children's mental health and the role that schools play. And I think that actually that's an important reminder for us, because if we have got an ambition around children and young people's well-being, then we must couple that with an ambition for school staff well-being as well. We can't do one without the other. So that was pre-pandemic. So just thinking about the last 18 months and what we've all gone through and the role that schools have played throughout the pandemic, we know that teachers and school leaders have been under enormous pressure and faced huge challenge through the pandemic. And I just wanted to draw attention to the Teacher Wellbeing Index, which I'm sure many of you will have seen. It's the annual insight from Education Support into the wellbeing of teachers and education staff in the UK. And I just pulled out a few of these stats, and I think that they're extremely stark. So first of all, stress levels. We see that stress levels are extremely high. 62% of education staff describing themselves as stressed, and that increases to 77% for senior leaders. As I've already outlined, we see education professionals showing much higher levels of depression than the general population. And we see that workload is a real influencing factor in terms of staff retentions. Workload is so high that 52% have considered leaving the education profession because of the impact on their well-being from workload. And these last two stats I'm going to explore a bit further as we move through the session, but it's concerning that barriers to reaching out still persist. There's still a feeling amongst many education professionals that they can't talk about their well-being and they can't talk about their mental health. 57% in this survey saying they didn't feel they could share their mental health issues or stress with their employer. And access for education staff to supervision and to safe space to discuss issues still really, really low at 8%. So these stats should be alarm bells for us. We can hear education professionals telling us something, so we really need to start acting. So I want to move on to some things that we could do to support staff wellbeing. And when I talk about this, I don't take any of this lightly. I recognise that these things are not easy. To make these changes requires time and effort and budget and resource. So, you know, I know that as I go through some of this, some people might be thinking, well, I can't do these things in my school, it might not work. But hopefully there'll be something within all of this that you will think that's something that I might be able to try in my school. And when I'm talking about some of the initiatives that you might want to think about, I've kind of sectioned them out into universal, targeted and specialist. I'm really sorry about this diagram. This is a rubbish diagram, but it's the best I could do. I'm pretty poor at PowerPoint, but I wanted to get the sense that our initiatives can take a universal approach. They'll help everyone. So policy, spaces, social events for staff, these are universal initiatives that you can take. And then there might be some more targeted approach you want to take, which might be for just some staff around, for example, specific training, supervisions, wellbeing check-ins you might want to have with some staff. And then that specialist tier is going to be just for a very few members of staff, where you might want to be thinking about occupational health or employee assistance programs or working with education support. So as I go through now, I'm trying to sort of layer these in these different sections of what you can do for everyone, for some, and for a few. Sorry about the diagram. Okay, so at the Anna Freud Centre, we've done a huge amount of work around supporting staff wellbeing. We did lots of this pre-pandemic because we really wanted to understand what the issues were. So we did a survey with our friends at Teacher Tap. I'm hoping many of you know about Teacher Tap. It's an app which asks questions of teachers. So we put some wellbeing questions out through Teacher Tap, and we also shared them through our Schools in Mind network. And we asked people to tell us what their experiences were. We also asked schools to share their learning with us, their good practice, things that they had done that had worked. And we got so many different case studies and ideas in from teachers and school leaders across the country. So what I'm going to share with you now has all come from practicing teachers and staff on the ground. So these are all things that they've told us. And if you're interested in finding out more, you can go to our website and read the report, and we've got quite a lot of resources around how to keep staff wellbeing on your agenda and some nice posters and things for staff rooms. So yeah, have a look at those. So the first thing I wanted to identify is around leadership and policy, and we've heard quite a lot about this already from speakers this morning. It's important that there's someone leading on mental health in your school, a mental health lead or a champion, someone responsible for coordinating the school's approach to wellbeing and ensuring that it's on the agenda. We know that the government green paper has outlined that it's recommended that every school should have a senior mental health lead, and we also know that that training is live. I heard people talking about that with Matthew earlier. That training is online. You can find out more about it. It's funded by DFE, so it's paid for. There's funding for that, and we're running training at the Anna Freud Centre alongside other providers. So if you want to book on, please do check that out. So is there someone leading on it? Better still, is there a group of people leading on it? Is there an action group or a working group made up of staff from across the setting? Are people working together on leading mental health? Is it on the staff agenda? Is it on the governor's agenda? Many schools now have a governor responsible for mental health and wellbeing. I'm a governor at a school, and we make sure that we're in all of our meetings talking about staff wellbeing and checking in on how they are. And finally, is there a mental health policy? A mental health policy is not a requirement, but many schools are choosing to have them. And I think it's really good practice to have a mental health policy for your school, and also making sure that it addresses the needs of your staff and ensuring that your policy is communicated to everyone. If you're thinking, I'd like to do that, but I don't know where to start, please have a look at our website. There's some examples of wellbeing policies and mental health policies that other schools have shared, primary and secondary schools. They're up there. You can take a look at them. You can learn from them. You can magpie bits of them and just think how it might work for your school. So a good starting point then is leadership and policy, to make sure that it's starting from the top. And I've got a couple of examples. Cherbourg Primary School, we work with really closely. Their example is that they have a named member of staff that leads on wellbeing. This member of staff champions mental health and wellbeing for the school community. They promote wellbeing materials. They have signposting and an overview of the school improvement plan to make sure mental health is at the heart of that. A further example is from Tapton School, which is a big school, secondary school in Sheffield, who also have positive mental health and wellbeing at the heart of their school. They have used a staff wellbeing and happiness group, which I really like, which includes people from across the whole staff group. And this group regularly reviews the policies, they review new initiatives, and they organise and support staff wellbeing. So that's a great starting place of an action group. The next thing I would say is thinking about training and resources. We all know that teachers and school leaders do not have specific training in mental health and wellbeing. When I trained as a teacher, which was 20 years ago now maybe, I did not get any training around mental health and wellbeing. Teachers are not mental health professionals, but there is some work that we could do around making sure that we're improving the mental health literacy of the education workforce. And making sure that everyone's got access to some mental health training, not just people that might have a responsibility for it for schools. So there's a whole range of training that you can access, including senior mental health lead training, but there's also training that is awareness for all members of staff, right up to more specialised training. And I think if we are talking more about mental health and we have more training for all our staff, we can start to reduce some of that stigma and start to open up conversations and start to talk about mental health in the education workplace. Simon very kindly already gave us a shout out for Mentally Healthy Schools, but I'm going to do it again. Mentally Healthy Schools is a website for everyone in the UK. It's for primary, secondary and FE colleges. And it started off as a project of the Heads Together charity, the work that the Young Royals were doing. And we at the Anna Freud Centre worked on it with our friends at Place to Be and at Young Minds. But we now lead the Mentally Healthy Schools website, and it's just a really great resource. Majority of the resources on there are free. And it has resources from across the whole mental health sector here in the UK, but also from Australia and from the States. All of the resources on there have been quality assured by clinicians and by teachers and school leaders. So we know that they're the best that there are out there. They have resources for children, but they also importantly have resources for staff. And there's a really great sort of filterable, I can't ever say that word, digital library that you can type in a word and then just find the resource that you're looking for. And this is an example. There's a whole range around supporting staff wellbeing, around policy, culture, environment. And we have monthly toolkits that we send out. Most recently, we sent out a toolkit around self-care. So if you sign up for our newsletter, just once a month, we'll send you a different toolkit, which groups together a whole range of resources under one theme. And the self-care toolkit was enormously popular. It had lots of resources for children, but also for staff to think about how you can prioritise self-care. And as I say, yeah, there's a library, you can type in what you're looking for. So you might be looking for staff mental health, and it will pull up a whole load of resources from across the sector that you could use to put together an inset day, to send out information for staff, or to run a twilight session. So lots of free information there that you should check out if you can. The next thing that I would say is that it's important to be talking about mental health and wellbeing. As I say, opening up those conversations. We saw from the Teacher Wellbeing Index that many people still see a barrier to talking about their mental health and their stress levels in school. So how can your school encourage an ethos where people want to talk, where they're open about sharing, and staff feel encouraged and comfortable to share their concerns? And also alongside that, have you got some good signposting for your staff? Is there a notice board in your school around staff wellbeing which outlines the internal and external support and sources of support for your teachers and wellbeing, your teachers and your school leaders? Really nice example here is from a school that had been judged as inadequate by Ofsted. And they recognised that they had an ethos of high accountability and pressure, and therefore it was unrealistic to expect staff to speak their line managers about their mental health. So they made the decision to create a new role of staff welfare officer. And this was a role that meant staff had someone that they could speak to freely and confidentially about their well-being, and they could be signposted to additional support services. Other examples of schools are where they've set up buddying systems, where you have a buddy and it's someone that you can check in and just talk to each other, make sure people are doing okay, and just generally supporting each other and just having that peer support and reducing those feelings of isolation. We again saw on the Teacher Wellbeing Index that there was a lack of access to safe spaces, comfortable, dedicated spaces where staff can take time out. I really know that spaces are a premium in schools, but is there somewhere that you've got that staff can go where they'll be not disturbed if they want to talk to someone or they just need a moment to take some time out? And alongside that, are there opportunities for staff to participate in activities that are not linked to work? So social activities, sports groups, any kind of groups that people can come together. I know a number of schools that have wellbeing weeks, that have shared breakfasts, shared lunches. Is there a space for staff to come together? And again, reduce those feelings of isolation and improve peer support. I like this example from One Degree Academy, who have a termly golden week. And during their golden week, they have wellbeing partners that check in on each other. They have random acts of kindness, which I think sounds amazing. They have staff activities. They have SLT covering classes, also incredible, and social and sporting events. So that might not be possible in your setting. That's a lot to take on, but it's just some examples of some schools that are really prioritising and talking loudly about how they promote staff wellbeing. So next I wanted to talk about workload. We know that workload is enormous for teachers and school leaders, and we again saw it in the survey that it was providing a huge amount of stress and pressure for teachers. What could be done to reduce workload or to limit hours spent working outside of the school day? Many schools we know that have done work around reviewing marking policies. We know that through the Education and Staff Wellbeing Charter, there's lots of information there about how to drive down workload, and there's a toolkit that DfE have put together to support with that. Are there things that you might want to do around limiting email? I know there are a number of schools that close down email server in the evenings and over weekends. That might not work for everyone. Some people might want to be flexible and be able to access their email, but what would your staff like and what would work in your school? Great example here from Rickley Park, who said that they really wanted to regularly review workload and talk to staff about it. So they asked staff regularly to reflect on what they could stop doing, what they could start, and what they could continue. And that's really helped them to address workload and decide what they want to focus on. Do they want to reduce particular meetings, for example? Do they want to look at their marking policies? So that might be something that you could do in your setting. And I guess leading on from that, and other colleagues have talked about this already today, but a wellbeing survey is a really great place to start. Of course, the simplest way to understand what our staff need is by asking them, by surveying them and finding out from staff what would make a real difference for them in terms of their mental health. So would it be feasible for you to introduce a staff wellbeing survey to really help you understand the key issues in your school? What's great about wellbeing surveys, it gives you a benchmark. It means that you can understand where you are. So then once you start putting in different initiatives or interventions or trying different things, you can then measure their impact and see if they're making a difference, which is really important. And if you can do an annual survey, it will really support you to understand the changes you're making. I really urge people not to start this from scratch. There are so many brilliant tools that are out there already that exist. You don't have to make this up yourself. Cork, who are the Child Outcome Research Consortium, have a whole range of tools. They are experts in measurement around mental health for children and for staff, and they have a whole range of validated tools that they've produced that you can use completely for free. So they've got a wellbeing measurement survey for staff. You can download it, you can use bits of it, or you could use it in its entirety, and it will help you understand what is driving good and poor mental health in your setting. Helps you ask staff how they're feeling, helps you understand more about work practices and culture. And once you've got that understanding, then you can decide how you want to make the change and what you want to do in order to start prioritising mental health. So that's a really good place to start, and it's completely free. And then lastly, I just wanted to talk a little bit about supervision. We saw again at the start in the Teacher Wellbeing Index that very low numbers of teaching staff have access to supervision. And so are there any opportunities in your school to think about supervision or some kind of peer support workplace discussion group? Lesness Heath Primary School have got the example that they decided to introduce clinical supervision for some of their staff, and that's provided externally. Clearly that has a cost attached to it. It's expensive to have supervision. They also provide coaching and mentoring for their staff that they did internally. So there are different things that may or may not work for your school, but supervision is something that I think is really important to consider. So just to think a bit more about supervision, what do we mean by supervision? So the aim of supervision really is just to provide a supportive space. It's a space to avoid those feelings of isolation, to bring together staff in groups or in a one-to-one way. And it's a planned, predictable and reliable meeting. It's not just that grabbed conversation in a corridor or grabbed conversation in an office after a busy day. It's predicted and it's planned, and it provides that space to talk about challenges and difficulties, and also to talk about pupils that you might be concerned with or a challenge that you're facing with a particular child or young person. There's different kinds of supervision. As I said, there's clinical supervision that can be conducted individually or as a group. It's normally provided by a qualified clinical or mental health professional. Normally that person would come in to the school from outside, and they would provide that formal supportive space, a place for staff to reflect and process. Absolutely, it has a cost attached to it, and it's separate from managerial meetings. So that might be something that your school might want to explore if you have the budget for that. If not, an alternative I think that is really effective is more of a peer reflective space, a place for workplace discussions. These don't have to be facilitated by a clinical professional, but they are a space to bring people together to reflect on their experiences, on their learning, to talk particularly about a child or young person, a challenge that they're facing, and to reflect on what you might want to do, some steps you might want to take to support children differently. It's obviously not a place for safeguarding concerns. It's not a place to be thinking about yourself as a professional. So it's not mentoring, it's not coaching, and it's not a place to, as I say, to do anything around safeguarding. Clearly, we keep that separate and we follow our safeguarding protocols, but it is a place to bring people together for discussion. Important to say that a peer reflective space is not a space for judgment. It's not a space for moaning about your setting or your management, or a place for performance management or personal therapy, but it can be a really useful place to bring people together. So if you're thinking about setting up a kind of peer support group or reflective discussion group in your school, I think it's something that would be really worthwhile. It's a place where professionals can come together and feel safe and supported, have an empathetic and non-judgmental space. And as I say, really reduce those feelings of isolation and get support from peers. You can think collectively around a problem, you can learn together and share ideas. You can make sure that you're leaving challenges in the group and not taking things home with you or dealing with them on your own. And they give you a chance to think about what you're doing or what other colleagues are doing and what extra support you could put in place to support children and young people, and develop an action plan around it. Lots of practical considerations to think about in terms of if you're going to set something like that up. You need to obviously speak to senior leaders and governors, think about who's going to hold the group, who's going to come to it, how you'll manage it. There's lots of things to consider, and you can find out more information about it on our website if you're interested. And also you would need to think about facilitation and who might be facilitating it for your group. I'm aware that I'm running out of time, so I'm going to quickly whiz through. I can see Simon looking at me. So I'm going to close there. that was a whistle top store. There's lots more information on our website, but I'm hoping that there was something there. There'll be one action that you might take that you think, yeah, that would be supportive of my well-being or my team or my staff, and there'll be something that you could take back to your setting. Please go and take a look at some of the web pages. Okay, I'm being told to stop, so I'm going to stop. Sorry, Simon.
No, not at all. That was brilliant, Jamie. Thank you. I think you do your PowerPoint skills a disservice. That was a great presentation. Yeah, we've got some questions here that have come in during that. You mentioned getting staff to speak out and sort of facilitating that. Have you seen any specific examples from schools where that's done effectively?
Sorry, do you mean speak out to their...
So you want staff to sort of vocalise their concerns, come to their line managers perhaps if they're struggling. There's still a stigma around that, unfortunately. Have you seen any particular strategies that have made that sort of easier for staff?
Yeah, it's really a challenge. I think I've talked to, as I gave an example there of schools that have set up different systems. So they've got employee champions or staff wellbeing champions, mental health champions that aren't just in leadership, but that are throughout the school. Simon, can you hear me? Because you've completely frozen, but okay, I'm going to keep talking. So yeah, different routes then for staff to talk that aren't just through line management routes. Also, I've seen, as I've just said, really successful staff wellbeing groups set up where staff can come together and share concerns there. And also some of these supervision groups I just talked about, peer support groups, but also through governors. There's been some great work that I've seen from governors coming and talking to staff and seeing different routes to talk about wellbeing. So I think it's about setting up different structures, but also about just making sure that it's part of the culture and that it's on the agenda and that people feel able and open to talk about mental health, so that your school is, you know, open. A really good example is in the staff room. Have you got a staff, just a simple notice board that's got lots of information about staff wellbeing, so people know that it's on the agenda of your school?
Brilliant. Someone quite early on asked if you'd got any examples of schools implementing wellbeing programs, and you gave us lots of case studies. Are those case studies, are they part of your network? How could a school perhaps reach out to them or communicate with those schools?
Yeah, absolutely. So they're all through our schools in my network. So we've actually got schools from across the UK that work with us at the Anna Freud Centre, and anyone's welcome to join, that share good practice, because there are so many schools, as you know, Simon, already doing incredible work around staff wellbeing, and there's not always the platform to share that. So yeah, we do that on our website. So we collect case studies all the time and we share them out with people, and people can ask us questions, they can share us, and yeah, just get in touch with the Schools in Mind network. There's an inbox and you can just share that.
Brilliant. Someone's asked if you think it's important, if you identify perhaps a member of staff who might be vulnerable regarding mental health or prone to stress, is it a good practice to reach out to them if you think that they might not come to you with their concerns? Should you sort of try and identify these people and be proactive? And how do you do that sensitively?
That's such a good question, and important to just say that teachers are not mental health professionals. It's not their job or their role to be trying to be a counsellor or trying to do mental health work, and I think that we should not be putting that pressure on people. But yeah, I think it's important to have an open door policy. I think it's important that staff know that they can approach you and they can reach out to you if they want to. I think it's important to have that culture of saying we can talk about anything, and if you want to bring an issue to us, I might not be able to solve it, but I will be able to signpost you or find someone that can. I can link you in with an employee assistance program, or I'm sure people know Education Support, which is just an incredible charity which I champion all the time, which is another place that teachers can get support around their well-being. Yeah, I know teachers that run wellbeing check-ins and have sessions where people can come in and just talk, but not everyone feels confident to do that, and it is difficult to talk about these subjects if you haven't got training around that. But I think if you have that ethos in your school and you're really clear that you are approachable and that you can talk about it, that's a really great starting point.
Brilliant stuff. I can see the clock is ticking down a little bit now, so I'll let that do for questions. Sorry we haven't been able to get through as many as we'd have liked. But yeah, thank you again, Jamie. That was a really fascinating session and really helpful, I hope. And thank you to everyone who joined. Look forward to the rest of the afternoon and Helen Dodd. And yes, see you all soon. Cheers.
Hello, and our next speaker has been an absolute key figure in the Play First campaign to prioritise children's play throughout the pandemic. She has an interest in the psychological benefits of free play and time outdoors, and was recently recognised by the British Psychological Society for her outstanding contribution to development psychology. I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to welcome Helen Dodd, Professor of Child Psychology at the University of Exeter. Helen, over to you, and thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for inviting me to join the conference today. It's a pleasure to be here. And a big thank you to the approximately 500 people, I think, that are listening right now. I know, particularly at the moment, it's difficult to take time out. Life is busier than it's ever been, particularly for those of you working in schools and with children. So thank you for caring enough about children's well-being and mental health, for taking the time to join us today. I'm going to spend the next half an hour or so talking about how we might be able to improve children's well-being by thinking a bit more carefully about the unstructured time that children spend at school. Oh, sorry, get the clicker working. There we go. Daria, can you go to the next slide, please? It's working. So in UK schools, on average, children spend approximately 20% of their time in school outside of formal lesson time. So it's been fantastic today to hear so many speakers talking about the whole school approach to well-being, that well-being and children's mental health are embedded in everything that we do in schools. But I wonder how many of those people who said that, and those of you who are listening, include playtime in that approach to well-being. How many of you really sit down and think about what happens during playtime, during morning break, when children are outdoors before or after they've eaten their lunch? Is that just time that we don't think about as adults because we just send them out? Is it about us having a break? Is it about them having a break? You know, do we consciously think about that? It's 20% of the time that children are in school. Is there anything else that would take up that much time in the school day that we wouldn't invest quite a lot of energy and resources in thinking about? I'm sure that there are people listening who already do a brilliant job of this, and well done to you. And for those of you who are thinking, oh, hold on, no, we don't really right now, then I hope, if nothing else, that's the thing that you take away, that you go back to the school that you work in, to the organisations that you work for, and say, what do we do about playtime? Should we be thinking a bit more about playtime? So the other side of this, of course, is that, as far as I know, and I'm an academic, those of you listening probably know much better than I do, schools are given very few resources, if any, and very little guidance or training to ensure that the experience children have during playtime is positive and high quality, and that we're really capitalising on what children can get from that time. That's not your fault, okay? That's about the guidance that you're given, the resources that you're given. And one of the things that I want to communicate is that this is important, and this is an opportunity. And I hope that I will convince you by the end of this presentation that we have an opportunity in using playtime. But schools can't do this without some guidance, without some additional resources to do so. So schools aren't given a lot of guidance on this. Most schools don't think about it very much because they're under a lot of pressure for everything else that they have to cover during the school day. But I want to be really clear at the outset, right? If you've stopped listening, just listen to this next sentence. This is not about making that unstructured time structured. Okay, this is not about bringing in sports coaches to teach sport during that time. It's not about extracurricular activities. If anything, I would suggest that children should have more unstructured time, not less. It needs to remain unstructured time. But because it's unstructured doesn't mean we shouldn't think about it. We shouldn't think about what it looks like, and we shouldn't think about how we can make sure that it's really good unstructured time rather than bad unstructured time. So I believe that primary and secondary schools could be supported to provide children with high quality, fun, diverse play opportunities, and that would support all children to thrive. So we've heard a bit today about how some approaches to mental health in schools appropriately are targeting children who are really having difficulty with their mental health, who may have reached that point where they've crossed the line to, you know, that they would have a disorder or a diagnosis and they need help. This isn't about those people, that's separate, okay? But what this is about is prevention of mental health problem. It's about happiness in school. It's about overall well-being for all the children in school. So could I have the next slide, Daria, please? What is play? What do I mean when I say play? Now, entire books are written about what play is and what play isn't. And even people who are specialists in play often disagree about exactly the nuances of what play is. But I quite like this definition from Play Scotland, that play is what children and young people do, and in fact, I think adults do as well, when they're not being told what to do. And it can take place whenever and wherever opportunities arise. So free play, next slide, please. I'm just going to try the clicker again, let's see if I can get it to work. So free play happens when children choose what they want to do, when they want to do it, when they're going to start and when they're going to stop. To some extent, obviously, time at school cannot be entirely free because we can't, you know, just let children go out and play whenever they want to, if they're in the middle of doing something else. But during that 15-minute morning break or half an hour at lunchtime, then they could have the opportunity to choose exactly what they want to do and to be able to play freely. So the benefits of free play for children. So free play, when they're choosing whatever they want to do, is enjoyable. Of course it is, because they've chosen something that they want to do. It increases children's sense of control because they're choosing what they want to do. Adults have stopped telling them and they're choosing, they're in control in that moment. It helps them to make sense of things. It helps them to process what's going on in the world around them. We saw some really great examples of this during COVID, children bringing COVID themes into their play because it helps them to understand and to make sense of all this stuff that's going on around them in the world. And if we give them the space to play freely, then they will use that to help make sense and process some of those things. It supports relationships because they realise that they're in control and they can choose, and they ask you to join in, but you're not there hovering over them or kind of interrupting their play. They're in charge, it's their free play. And it also facilitates adventurous play. So when we allow children a space to play freely, let them do what they want to do, often they will explore those kind of edges of their comfort zones a little bit and have a bit of an adventure, play in a more challenging way. Whereas when we structure what children do, we often work from a place of wanting to keep everybody as safe as possible. And for some children, that may not be challenging or exciting or adventurous enough. So free play is fantastic for children, and we know that it's good for their mental health. Free play reduces stress and negative emotion in children. So some of the most convincing work of this is done with children who are hospitalised, and we see they're using randomised control trial designs that when children are given time for free play, their stress decreases. When they take part in a free play intervention, they have lower levels of anxiety and fewer negative emotions than those kids who haven't had opportunity to take part in free play. So play is good for children's mental health, particularly free play, where they're choosing what they want to do. We also know that time outdoors is good for mental health, for children's mental health and for adults. This is very convincing literature on this. The more time children spend outdoors, the better their mental health is. And you know what? If they're in nature, it's even better. So green space and even being able to see green space through a window is associated with increased self-esteem, life satisfaction and happiness. We know that natural environments reduce physiological markers of stress, so things like blood pressure, cortisol, stress hormone. Being in natural environments reduces those things because we don't feel as stressed. It's the natural place for us to be as humans. And we also know that spending time in nature leads to improvements in mental health and emotion regulation for children. So if we know that free play is good for kids, we know that being outdoors is good for kids, and we know that being in nature is even better, then wouldn't it be fantastic if we could support children's mental health by giving them time to play freely outdoors and, where possible, give them contact with nature? Now, I wanted to share with you this quote because I think it's so important that we don't sit here as adults and say what we think children need, but instead sometimes take a breath and think about what is it that children want? How do they feel about play? And this is a quote that came from a child's comment on a Newsround article about playgrounds being closed in England due to COVID. And this child had said, "I think it's rather sad that playgrounds have shut because it can give me a chance to breathe." And I think, you know, if we're really interested in children's well-being, should we not start with something that's so fundamental to their well-being that it feels like breathing to them? Do we not want to give children, all children, the opportunity to feel that space, that freedom to breathe? Okay, so now let's have a think about play in schools more specifically. So why should we be thinking about play in schools? Now, I am acutely aware that we're asking schools to do more and more and more. And I don't think it's fair that we expect schools to address all the problems that are facing children growing up right now. I'm doing some work in schools, but I'm also doing work with children's play outside of schools. My expectation isn't that schools should provide everything that children need. Of course, life outside of school has to be addressed as well. But I think there are opportunities, fairly low-hanging fruit, if you like, in terms of opportunities within schools. So why is play in schools important? One of the reasons it's important is that outside of school, there's reasonable evidence that children's play is changing and is declining. So this is data from 2009, where they asked parents, what proportion of your child's play is spent indoors or outdoors? And currently, or at that point, currently, around 10% of children's play was estimated to be indoors. And then they asked parents, well, when you were a child, how much of your play was spent indoors? And they estimated 60% was outdoors and 40% was indoors. So you can see this huge decline in how much time is spent playing outdoors compared to in previous generations. This statistic from a survey done in 2015, I think is really striking, that 1.3 million children growing up in the UK spent no time in natural spaces, at the beach, in the woods, in forest land, on heathland, no time at all in 2015. So these are the children that we're seeing every day in schools. Some of those children haven't been in nature during any of that time. And some recent work that we've done in my team, we conducted something called the British Children's Play Survey, where we collected data from about 2,000 families because we wanted to get a sense of where children were playing and how much they were playing right now, so that we can track over the next decade or two what happens to children's play. And what we found there was that the age that children are allowed out alone now is almost 11, whereas their parents report being allowed out alone at around age 9. So in the space of a single generation, there's 2 years difference. That's 2 years that children are stuck in under the supervision of their parents or at home because the parent can't take them out to play. So you think about how much play opportunity and how much independence and autonomy and adventure and challenge they're missing out on in that 2 years compared to what I experienced and what most of you would have experienced. The most common place for children to go now after school is straight home, and the proportion of children going to play at a friend's house or playing and meeting with friends after school has declined over the past 15 to 20 years. Now, often, one of the speakers earlier mentioned this, which I was really pleased about, but often it feels like there's this competition between the fluffy stuff, the play, the mental health, the mindfulness, and the hard stuff, right? The lessons, the maths, the English. But that's actually not the case. When children play, they learn all sorts of things. It is definitely not in competition with those more formal educational goals. We heard from the previous head of Wellington that when they introduced happiness, their exam marks, the happiness program, the exam grades went up. Of course they did. Okay, so really, we shouldn't be thinking about these things as being in conflict with one another. And this is a really nice graphic from the Museum of Play, which shows how play develops children's cognitive development, their physical development, emotional development and social development. So, you know, we really shouldn't be thinking of this as something that is in contradiction to children's overall learning experiences. So let's just have a think about what does playtime look like typically right now? So I am talking about on average in a typical school in the UK. I realise that there will be fantastic examples, and in a little while I'll show you hopefully some of those examples which don't look like this. But firstly, I want to talk about what often happens and challenge some of those things. But before I do that, I want to start with just saying that there's evidence that children and teachers value playtime. Okay, so children describe it as an important opportunity for them to socialise, to do what they want and to play. And the surveys of teachers showing that a very high proportion of teachers report they feel children should have more time playing outside, that they value playtime, and that they felt playtime was extremely important for children's well-being. So children know it's important, teachers know it's important, and yet sometimes it doesn't seem that our current practices quite match what children need, ideally developmentally. So we've got all these positive attitudes about children's play, and yet since 1995, this is between 1995 and 2018, at Key Stage 1, we've seen a decrease on average of 45 minutes per week of playtime taken away from children. And at secondary, that decrease is even more, 65 minutes of playtime per week. Alongside this, we've seen, with similar time period between 2004 and 2017, a 49% increase in emotional disorders in children. Okay, so just think about that for a minute. We obviously don't know that these two things are causally related to one another, but we take away time for children to play, time for them to be outdoors, in contact with nature, which we know are good for their mental health, time for them to socialise. We take away something that they say that they value. And at the same time, we see their mental health getting worse. And yet we don't stop and think about the connection there. Are we doing the things that are in the best interests of children's mental health? So what I want to do now is go through a series of slides. Both of them have got a kind of what does playtime currently look like and a what could it look like option. So time for play. So in a typical UK school, we're seeing this decreasing time for play, as I already mentioned. The majority of primary and secondary schools have a morning break, but no afternoon break. Even at Key Stage 1, only 54% of schools have in England provide an afternoon break. What it could look like, we could provide more time for play. For example, in Finland, they have a 15-minute playtime after every 45 minutes of lesson time, and yet their school day is shorter and their outcomes in terms of academic progress are better than ours. Some schools outside Finland have successfully adopted that model, and that seems to be working really well. So we can have more time for play. 60% of primary schools have policies that mean children can miss a full break time or lunchtime, typically to manage behaviour or to catch up on work. What it could look like, we could protect playtime to ensure that all children have opportunity to be active, to be outdoors and to be with their friends. Playtime shouldn't be withdrawn as a punishment or for catching up on schoolwork. And that way the children who need it most will always get it. Okay, so let's think about the children who are most likely to have not finished their work, the most likely to miss playtime as a punishment. They are also the children who need it most, the children who will benefit from that time outdoors and that activity most. And so we do this thing where we take away the thing that might actually help them come back in and be more engaged and less fidgety, etc. And then all the other children come back in refreshed, and the child who's missed out on playtime is in an even worse position than when they started. Wet play across the UK, it's been common practice for a very long time that when it's raining, we decide children can't go outside. Believe it or not, skin is waterproof, and we can go outside. Nothing terrible happens to us when we get wet. So what playtime could look like is that we try and get children outside, even when it's wet, even when it's a bit cold. That is about access to clothing. I appreciate that, but there are some wonderful charities and grants that work specifically to make sure that children have that clothing available in schools so that they can be outside regardless of the weather and they don't spend whole days inside. Thinking about space, so driven by concerns about children getting muddy, often schools have fields which they don't let children use. How about we let them use them? So instead of spending lots of money on some program that takes up curriculum time to support children's mental health, we could just open the gates and let them play on the field. We give them more space, they'll be more physically active, which we know is good for mental health. They'll be in full contact with nature and they might get muddy shoes. But is that not a small price to pay for a child who gets those benefits to their mental health for free just by being outdoors? Training of staff, school playtimes are typically supervised by a range of staff. Provision for formal training of those staff has decreased over the past few decades. That training doesn't need to be expensive, but some training and play work principles helping those staff to understand the benefits of play and how best to support children's play could be really worthwhile. Thinking about equipment and materials, so that obviously varies massively from school to school. Often schools spend a lot of money on a fixed piece of equipment, like a big climbing frame, movable equipment, things like, wait for it, scooters and skateboards, loose parts, things like tires and planks, don't need to be expensive, but can be really, really useful in terms of facilitating children's play. Lots of these can be sourced for free, in fact, and they also encourage recycling and reuse of items that otherwise would have been thrown out. And then attitudes to risk. So in general, we take quite a risk-averse attitude in the UK, that our approach is to minimise risk as much as possible. What we could be doing is adopting what's called a risk-benefit approach, where injury prevention is balanced against potential benefits. So we risk keeping children physically safe and putting their emotional well-being and their mental health at risk by restricting the things that they're allowed to do. So we could take a step back and allow them to explore that healthy, age-appropriate risk-taking. We're not talking about extreme risk-taking here, but just trusting children a little bit more to have a little play around at the edges of their comfort zone. And then some play, as I mentioned right at the beginning, some play times have become quite structured. So schools have hired sports coaches, for example, to run activities, or they do, music lessons and chess club, etc. But children really need that unstructured time, the free play time, the time for them to be creative and in control, the time for them to negotiate with their peers and solve problems by themselves. And we take all of those learning opportunities away when we fill that playtime with structured activities. Okay, so that's the end of my sort of suggestions in terms of what it could look like. And I hope that some of those feel like they may be fairly easy wins and doable. I appreciate that some of them are much more difficult, but I wanted to give you some inspiration at the end of this talk from some schools that have done a fantastic job of transforming their play. So this is a photo provided by an organisation called Learning Through Landscapes, who do some brilliant work in this area. This is a school playground and a boy jumping off the end of this log. And this is another picture of the Learning Through Landscapes playground. These children are outside playing in the rain. They've created, I think, built this thing that they're pulling themselves along on. And you can see there's lots of different things for them to build with and be creative with in the background there. I showed this picture to my son and he got a little sad face on and he said, "My school doesn't look like that." And I said, "Oh, why not?" And he said, "Well, there's no stuff, like there's nothing for us to do. All we can do is run round and round in circles. And the other thing is it's raining and we wouldn't even be allowed out if it was raining." And I think it's really powerful when you just ask kids, what do you think of that? That was really striking to me. All we're allowed to do is run round and round. So I've got a video now, which I think we're going to watch, and then we'll come back just to hear some quotes from school staff in terms of how they found this transformation of play. Fantastic. So hopefully that gives you some inspiration in terms of what school playtimes could look like, and an opportunity to reflect on whether that's what your school playgrounds look like, playtimes look like, and how those children might have been feeling. So I've talked about a number of different organisations. So that video was provided by Opal, an organisation called Outdoor Play and Learning, who do work in schools. The previous pictures were an organisation called Learning Through Landscapes. And also, just finally now, I wanted to talk about a programme called the TOPS programme, which is taking outdoor play seriously, which is run by Playboard in Northern Ireland. And it's very similar to what we just saw in that video. And I really like these quotes that they got from staff, just in terms of feedback on how staff found doing this kind of play transformation. So the first one, staff saw behaviours changing with pupils. Staff saw the children much more settled back in formal learning. They were happier and excited. Almost every day I was hearing, best day ever. There are so many benefits to this programme. The negative behaviours outside are almost non-existent now. Children aren't bored or fighting over resources, as there's plenty to go around and a variety which caters to their interests. I don't think children will ever let us go back to the way it was before. And I'm very glad, because not only does it make them happy, but it makes staff have a more joyful day too. So hopefully that gives you an example of what the experience is like for staff. Now, I visited some of these schools, and when I talk to staff, they tell me that visits to first aid have gone down, behaviour incidents go down, and the children come back into the classroom ready to learn. And so that 10 minutes or so that they were losing at the beginning of lesson time, sorting out all the stuff that had happened at playtime, doesn't happen anymore. They come back in, they're settled, they're happy, and they're ready to go. Okay, so final slide, what now? I think we need to stop neglecting playtime and instead think about how we might be able to use it to support children's holistic well-being. Children need outdoor play, they need physical exercise, they need contact with nature, and they need opportunity to be in control and to have adventures and to have a little bit of time when an adult isn't telling them what to do. And this is the case even for older children and adolescents. This isn't just about the youngest children. Even secondary schools can benefit from thinking about how their young people are spending their break times. That brings us to the end. Thank you again for inviting me, and thank you to all of you who've remained engaged and listening throughout.
Thank you, Helen. Absolutely fascinating. So enjoyed it, and the video was beautiful. So thank you so much. What an insight you gave us. Fabulous. We've had lots of questions in, no surprises. So we've got a few minutes just to run through some of them, if we may. And the first one is really some advice that we would like on what advice could you give to teachers who want to implement that adventurous play, but also want to maintain discipline and structure in their schools?
Yeah. There's a few aspects there, I guess. So one thing is implementing adventurous play. You need to really be thinking about that kind of risk-benefit approach. So the Health and Safety Executive actually recommend that that's the approach that's taken. So there's advice on their website about how to do that. And so you need to have thought carefully about how you allow children to have those kind of adventures without obviously ending up with any major injuries. So that is, that requires a little bit of thought, and it requires some discussion with parents about why the children might be coming home with muddier shoes than usual, and probably with the school cleaners and that kind of thing. So it's not a simple, quick, you can just do that overnight. It requires a bit of a change in kind of ethos and how we manage risk. In relation to how that fits with the kind of discipline and having, feeling like children are respectful, etc. I think it's about talking to the kids. It's lots of schools that I've visited who do this well will have play assemblies where they'll ask the children to share the best things that they've done at playtime that week, for example. But they will also feedback about things that haven't gone well. And so the children come to value playtime so much that they don't want any of that to be taken away. So if you see, actually, we trusted you and we gave you a bit of space, and then you did this thing and that was really silly, and that might mean we can't do that thing anymore. Actually, the children really take ownership and responsibility of that, and to some extent will self-police it as well, because it's theirs and it has a value to them and they appreciate it. And so they will, you know, within their own peer group say, no, don't do that thing, because then they're going to take that off, because we're not going to be able to have music anymore, etc. And I don't think that allowing children to dance and scoot around and have a really fun time at lunchtime means that they're not going to be respectful to teachers when they come back in. Like, those are very different spheres in the child's life, and if anything, if they're coming in happier and feeling like they have had that sense of freedom, then they're going to be more likely to engage and listen and things, I think.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And just we'll sneak one very quick one in, if we may, just a little bit of advice again about how you would go about measuring the impact of well-being from adventurous play.
Yeah, so I'm lucky enough at the moment to have a UKRI Future Leaders Fellowship, and a big part of that is about evaluating the effect of this kind of work on children's well-being and mental health. So we actually spent last week designing the measures that we're going to use to try and capture some of those things. So some of it is about the child's experience. So how do they find playtime? Are they happy during playtime, etc.? Some of it is about how that then affects how they feel about school. So some schools that have done this kind of playtime program then report increased attendance at school, because children come because they enjoy playtime so much. So it's capturing those things. But then from my perspective, as somebody who's interested in the prevention of mental health problems, you know, what I really want to see is that sort of starting to see decreases in some of those symptoms of things like anxiety, and increased well-being and happiness. It's not just about the negative kind of mental health problems, but also about how engaged children are, how happy they are, and also all the experiences and all the learning that they're doing. So, you know, do they better learn to judge risks, for example? Things like behaviour, bullying, there's lots of aspects that I want to look at, but primarily thinking about mental health and well-being as outcomes, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you, Helen. Thank you so much. It was absolutely brilliant. And thank you for your time this afternoon. We're going to go into our final session shortly. Before we do that, we've got a very special message that is from Miriam from our EACT Crest Academy for you all. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Miriam from EACT Crest Academy. Before we start the final session of the day, we'd like to thank you for coming, and we really hope you enjoyed it. We look forward to seeing you again soon.
Colleagues, this is our final full session, and here we're going to see how one school put all of this into practice by taking a whole school approach to wellbeing. Nechells EACT Academy is one of ours and happens to also have been shortlisted for the National Mental Health and Wellbeing Award for its work in this area. So I would like to welcome to our stage former head teacher of Nechells and now our education director at EACT, Leanne Mahoney. I'd also like to introduce David Camps, who is now the head teacher of Nechells, and assistant head teacher Sarah Mansell. So over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Leanne Mahoney, Primary Regional Education Director within EACT and former head teacher of Nechells Primary. And as Jane says, I've got David Camps joining me, now head teacher, and Sarah Mansell. And we're really pleased to have the opportunity this afternoon to talk to so many people, not only to continue to raise the profile of mental health and wellbeing, but to hopefully share a range of ideas and key messages that can help leaders in schools with practical approaches that can be implemented. So just to talk to you a little bit about Nechells and challenges local to us, but also challenges that many schools across the country face. Nechells is the 16th most deprived ward in the country, with more than half of children growing up in poverty. The area is made up of multicultural, mixed communities, and sadly crime, health issues mean that life expectancy is amongst the worst in Birmingham. Suicide is one of the highest causes of death. As we know, the pandemic has disproportionately disadvantaged children from poorer socio-economic backgrounds, which includes children at Nechells. And when the pandemic hit, it did heighten the focus of supporting the mental health and wellbeing of our pupils, staff and the wider community, as is the case in many areas across the country. Domestic violence rates have increased, mental health services are stretched, trauma has increased, and there's just a general increase in reported vulnerabilities. So we looked in terms of challenges for pupils, staff and the wider community. Again, as across the wider world, pupils at Nechells and around the world face daily challenges linked to a range of issues: online safety, academic pressures, learning a demanding curriculum, possibly their cultural, gender identity as well. And we know that staff have continued to struggle with their own personal circumstances. Would that be workload, possibly lack of investment from employers? Our trust, that's certainly not the case, and our mental health and wellbeing strategy weaves into our people development strategy. And again, research has shown that over half of UK school teachers say their mental health has declined during the pandemic. So we will talk a little bit more about what we've done about that, but we did train over a third of our staff as adult mental first aiders, even continuing that training during lockdown so that our staff really understand factors that affect well-being and have the confidence to support anybody in distress. In terms of our wider community, and every area has its own contextual challenges. Around Nechells, the main concerns are around domestic violence, gang culture and substance misuse. So as a result, we've had a big investment in links with external agencies and a robust programme of workshops to support not only our pupils and their parents, but the wider community as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. And as I mentioned, Nechells was badly hit by the pandemic, so many of our children did return with significant worries. We had some who had experienced bereavement, many return with high levels of anxiety. Many of our children didn't have had limited access to outdoor spaces, lack of access to nutritious meals and medical professionals and other support services. So as a result, we did observe pupils with delayed fine and gross motor skills, increases in weight-related issues, and the impact of increased domestic violence has been obvious as well. During lockdown, we did support many parents and families who were suffering from depression, anxiety, and a threat of suicide by offering a range of approaches. again, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. In terms of funding, as a head, many of you will know you have to make tricky decisions about how to spend your budget. As head teacher of Nechells, I made a decision to invest in mental health and wellbeing across the school, as did the Trust, which you will have heard more about earlier from Ali Quinn. We spent part of our catch-up funding on trauma awareness training for the whole team, as well as developing emotional literacy coaches across the academy. And it's widely known that there's a lack of funding within the mental health services commissioned by health teams. Criteria is really high. This is another reason why we decided to prioritise this within our own school and within our own budget. So funding is really an area to look at when you map out and deliver your mental health and wellbeing strategy across your school. And then just in terms of capacity, internal capacity can always be an issue for a school. Do your staff have the knowledge and skills to deliver effective SEM intervention? With CAMS delivering less and less in schools, again, it was something, a challenge that we faced internally, so we prioritised our training programme. There's also that capacity issue within schools to juggle any SEM intervention and making sure that it's purposeful and has impact alongside any academic intervention. So that's something that a challenge we faced alongside many others, and something that we had to juggle. And then external pressures around capacity were there as well. But we looked at any government mental health initiatives, and as you know, there's the government's mental health agenda to increase capacity within schools, and for every school to have that mental health lead professional. And that's something we did very early on, to have a senior leader responsible for mental health and wellbeing. We said, you know, we have a lead for maths and for English, why wouldn't you have one for mental health? So then in terms of, we just want to talk to you about how we then put that into practice at Nechells. So it started with certainly raising the awareness and the profile of mental health across the school, and ensured that it featured in every area of the academy. So including senior leadership team meetings, assemblies, curriculum, staff CPD, and maximising wellbeing opportunities. And this is led from the top down, the head teacher with the mental health lead driving the programme. We then prioritised mental health and made sure it featured in every element of school life. And that does start with it weaving through our whole school vision and making sure it was embedded in the culture. So part of our vision statement, and it mirrors the Trust, talks about how our strong ethos of caring, support and personal development, as well as meaningful connections to the community, that's explicit there. And another example of how it starts from the top down. And prioritising mental health in weekly senior leadership meetings just allowed us to ensure staff wellbeing was at the centre of any decision making and any initiatives. And Sarah's going to talk to you a little bit more now about the provision in more detail.
Thank you, Leanne. So the next step, once we'd prioritised mental health and we had the mental health lead in place, was to identify the gaps in provision so that we could create a strategy. We're lucky to be part of the Trust and have a mental health lead in Ali Quinn. And as you saw by her work earlier, we're very clearly directed and have a strategy that we can use to support us in our work in schools, and then interpret that and make it bespoke for our community that we serve. So we looked at our contextual information, some of the areas that Leanne discussed around domestic violence in the community, lack of healthcare, and had a look at what the needs of our community would be and what we're doing well and what we need to do even better. We also signed up for the Leeds Carnegie Award to recognise the importance of mental health at our school, and use their self-audit tool, which is a framework of competencies that you self-assess against initially, and from that then you can use that data to help you to understand where you need to prioritise areas for improvement. We then looked at our safeguarding data, so making sure that the relationship between the mental health lead, if it's not the same person, is very strong with the DSL in school, and also with the behaviour lead in school, to look at what the areas of difficulty that we're facing and the concerns that we're raising is also reflected in that action plan. And because I'm the SENCO as well, I was able to look at the SEND register and some of the SEM needs in the school, and make sure that it was all underpinned by that, and making sure we're meeting the needs of all children in school. The next step then was to involve teachers through pupil progress meetings. So as well as looking at academic achievements for children, looking at any children that were disengaged or dysregulated in lessons, children that were needing additional support from class teacher. And then looking subject specific as well, so looking at PSHE progress data to see children who aren't making progress in that subject area, to support them through a wave 2 or potentially wave 3 provision. We also then ensured that our PSHE curriculum reflected the mental health curriculum that is devised by EACT, to make sure that all of those areas are covered as well. So once we had our gaps and the things that we needed to support further, we then developed a clear strategy around mental health. So we reviewed our EACT policy. As Ali said, the schools have to personalise it to make sure that it reflects the needs of their community. And we created an action plan as part of that policy review. All of our mental health support is underpinned by the PERMA model. Ali and her team delivered training around PERMA and understanding how it can support a whole school mental health strategy. And that's the model that we used because it supports all areas of the curriculum. We then looked at some of the needs of the community and where there were gaps. So, for example, speech and language, school nurse in terms of health and well-being, and making sure that the links with the wider well-being were met by the mental health plans that we were putting in place. We made sure that our PSHE curriculum was rigorous and bespoke for our school. So we use the Jigsaw curriculum, which is underpinned by mindfulness. And where there's really good practice in that curriculum, using the mindfulness strategies, we also supported staff to understand that those strategies could be used at other times in the school day. So if children came back from playtime a little bit dysregulated, or they needed to be refocused during a lesson, they could use that mindfulness opportunity there to help them with that. Assemblies and reflection times are really important for us. They're mapped out at the start of the year so that we ensure all of awareness days are reflected. For example, we've got Hello Yellow Day tomorrow, and making sure that we are revisiting and reminding children of strategies taught in PSHE lessons, so that children, it's at the front of their thought processes, how they can help themselves if they're feeling dysregulated. For example, some quick and easy ones are Take 5, where we teach children how to take 5 in order to calm themselves down. We felt our wave 1 provision was really important, and that we needed to have a universal approach to mental health, and we have signed up to the TIAS training, Trauma Informed Attachment Aware Schools, and we committed to that, and all staff have received that. Dinner ladies, office staff, as well as teaching staff, so that our whole school community understand the importance of trauma and attachment, so that every opportunity, every conversation, every time we need to support children when they're dysregulated or behaviour isn't displaying that they're settled and happy, we're able to have those conversations using that model. As Ali shared earlier, all of our staff are mental health first aid trained. And through that training, it ensures that staff are aware of how they can signpost children and what they can do and how they can support children to access the support that they need. We have committed to ongoing mental health CPD, so we have termly wellbeing CPD opportunities with staff. That's where we might share a new strategy, or we might explore an element of the PERMA model, or it might be an opportunity for staff to have some CPD and then have some wellbeing time that's protected for them to practice some of the strategies themselves as well. And then we needed to look at our wave 2 interventions, because capacity within the health service and the criteria for meeting thresholds to be able to access trained staff, health staff linked to mental health are really high. So we needed to increase our capacity within school to offer some of our emotional regulation training. So we've had CPD on emotion coaching, and all staff have had that, and that helps children when they are have a limited literacy for emotions. They don't know how to talk about how they're feeling, so that we can acknowledge those feelings and support them at that time. And we've also have a member of staff trained as an emotional literacy support assistant, and they have regular supervision from the Birmingham Educational Psychology team in order for them to deliver that higher level support too. We also, where we can, make relationships with the wider community and charities. So Free at Last come in to support children through a mentoring programme, which is a local community support. We've also have Women's Aid come into school and Bernardo's, and we maximise opportunities to help children to access other support too. And then for children who need that higher level of support, we still have CAMS that we can refer to as well. So the biggest drive for us when we're looking at strategy was ensuring that everything linked in together, so that curriculum opportunities were maximised. So in PE, the links to fitness, exercise, in science, understanding your body and health and nutrition, RE through spirituality being a protective factor for children, making sure those links are explicit to staff but also to children, so that they understand that there are lots of opportunities to practice mindfulness and to practice opportunities for reflection in the school day. The ethos of the school is underpinned by that drive, and to make sure that school is a safe, happy and nurturing place. Through the pandemic, we've always had a quiet, calm, relaxing space in school, but EACT actually prioritised this space during the pandemic, and funding was given so that we could really look at that space and make sure that it met the needs of our children. And we used funding to resource it and to redecorate it, and it's called the Sanctuary. It's a really important part of our school, and the children know that what the space is there for. And then another big drive that we had was giving children a voice. So we developed our wellbeing champions alongside Ali to give children a voice in developing curriculum and understanding mental health, and also talking to each other about mental health. So they developed opportunities on the playground where there could be wellbeing opportunities, whether it was mindfulness colouring or just having a space where they could go and talk and be good friends to one another. And also through our whole school leadership programme, we have ambassadors, we have eco school, all of those leadership opportunities children realise are there to give them a voice and to empower them and help them to engage with the whole life of school. So when we look at provision across the academy, it's always evolving. We're always reflecting and looking at needs, because needs change all the time. We started the journey with the Leeds Carnegie University looking at our mental health provision before lockdown, and then lockdown happened, and then we needed to look again at our provision. So during lockdown, mental health and wellbeing had a huge focus for the trust and for ourselves, and in order to support children back into the school after lockdown, we had to carefully plan transitions, and that's something that is really powerful anyway, ensuring that transition from one year, one class to another is solid. So transition plans, social stories, we made booklets and videos and additional visits to support too. And that ran alongside our R&R curriculum, where we had a daily focus as a universal provision for all children with those check-ins. And like Ali said, some of the things that we're talking about you would do naturally every day anyway, those check-ins, those opportunities for children to talk, that supportive approach when children are upset or need a space to share. So that leads us on to community engagements. I'm going to hand over to David.
Thank you, Sarah. So referring back to our journey, you can see what's key for us in terms of driving sustainable improvement forward. And one of the things we knew within terms of our context, those high numbers of DV, domestic abuse and domestic violence, and equally while children that had experienced those ACEs, we knew we had to do more within the community. So a big part of that was the trust-wide approach towards a community and advisory hub. And what we did was enabled parents and the wider community to come to the hub, offering different bespoke workshops around a variety of issues that were experienced within our community. So, for example, we engaged a couple of charities such as Shelter, the local food bank, Edwards Trust, who delivered some bereavement workshops, which during the pandemic has proved really important in the last 18 months, Project Birmingham, Muslim Women's Network, Women's Aid, and then equally we engaged other services such as community police, the school nurse, and we offered a uniform bank for all schools within the local area. Equally, again, we made those links with Free at Last to deliver a community hub for all pupils. And we built further ties and links with CAMS and a STIX service, which is developed within Birmingham. And they delivered a wonderful programme in terms of coming back from lockdown called You've Been Missed. What I'd like to do now is kind of share with you some of the impact that we've talked about so far, but we thought we'd use our children to summarise that best. So there's a short clip which we're going to play now, and the children can summarise everything we've talked about.
Children's mental health is really important in our school.
At Neutrals, it's normal to talk about how you're feeling.
In our classes, we learn about well-being and mindfulness. This teaches us to look after ourselves physically and mentally.
At Neutrals, we have a sanctuary room that you can visit when you're worried.
I wish every child could come to our school. There's always someone looking out for you in Neutrals.
And I think that just highlights all the things we've talked about so far today. I'm going to hand over now to Sarah, who's going to talk to you about impact and outcome.
Okay, so in terms of impact for our pupils, as you heard in the video, the children feel very supported at Neutrals. They're able to be open and talk about their feelings. They can articulate ways that support them with their emotional needs if they're feeling upset. And we've normalised the fact that mood can change, and sometimes you can be in a good mood and sometimes you're not in a good mood. We've been recognised by Ofsted as having outstanding behaviour and attitudes, and our pupils' behaviour at playtime is supportive to one another. Behaviour incidences have all improved. We haven't had any exclusions, and our children's needs are well met at Neutrals. They are happy to learn, they feel safe and secure, and pupil voice reflects that supportive, nurturing approach that we have at Neutrals. We have really high expectations of our children. The children love to learn, and all of those things link together to ensure that the culture is there to support the children. And if those children do need additional support, they can all talk about where they can get that support and how they can access that support. And they're happy to talk about that with adults when they're asked as well. I'm going to hand over to David to talk about staff.
Thank you, Sarah. So with staff, as a trust, we prioritised everyone's mental health, and that's been key in terms of driving everything forward. We do weekly staff newsletters at Neutrals, and there's always a clip which is about wellbeing. In addition to that, as Sarah spoke about earlier, we do at least a termly wellbeing CPD session, and this is linked to the knowledge of mental health, but equally, it's an opportunity for staff to reflect on their own wellbeing. As a trust, every member of staff is welcome to have a wellbeing action plan, which is sometimes referred to as a WAP. And this enables the constructive conversation to happen around, you know, are there any early warning signs we need to be aware of? Is there anything that we can support you as a school, but equally as a trust further? Staff voice is really positive about the support they receive in school, and we offer a caring, nurturing environment for everyone. So I just want to share a quote from a member of staff which said, "Mental health is a school priority at Neutrals. Staff are supported and listened to at all times, and this fosters an open culture. Leaders are always considering work-life balance through protected hours where emails aren't sent and virtual social meetings organised during lockdown. Constant consideration is given to staff wellbeing and workload." And again, I think that sums up everything we're about as a trust, but equally as a school as well. In addition to that, the trust has an EAP system where anyone can access support at any time of day, 24 hours, all throughout the year, and I think that's really key too. I'm just going to hand over to Leanne, who's going to talk about families and community.
So in terms of measuring impact around families and community, we talked earlier about the Community Hub, which has been very, very successful and plays a vital part in how we support everybody with mental health and wellbeing. The impact has been clear, not only through engagement levels within the hub and workshops that happen there, but also through parent voice, early help cases and the outcomes of those. And I'm pleased to say positive provision of our community hub. And just to quote from the report, inspectors said through the Neutrals Community Hub, leaders engage with parents and other adults to provide a range of workshops and access to support services. Parents are overwhelmingly positive about the difference this hub has made and how it helps better support them and their children. We also talk to our staff regularly and our parents, so collecting parent voice. So I'd just like to read one of many quotes we've had from parents recently. "The Academy supported me with my mental health when I was at my lowest point. They listened to me and helped me with the next steps of improving my mental health." I could share a few more with you, but we're running out of time. So I'm going to pass on to Sarah, who led our national award application.
So I mentioned briefly earlier that we committed to completing the Leeds Carnegie Mental Health Award, and we started that before lockdown. It was an excellent tool for helping us to audit provision and creating our action plan so that we could work towards the competencies in the framework. It really supported school, ensuring that mental health underpinned all aspects of the curriculum and ethos. When you start your programme, you are provided with a coach, and Lucinda Powell supported me through that process, and she offered coaching sessions. The good thing about doing an award programme is that you are given access to groups where other people who are also completing the award programme to share good practice, to share resources, and you have emails to share as well current agendas that are not happening nationally. It in the form of a workbook that you work through, and you grade against each competency, which is then checked and verified by your coach. And I'm really proud to say that Nechel's School achieved the Gold Award in July 2021. And I've just found it invaluable to help me with my journey as mental health lead. Pass that back on to Leanne.
Thank you, Sarah. Well, we'd just like to leave you with some key messages from our experience that have contributed to our mental health and wellbeing provision at Nechel's. So some takeaways: to prioritise mental health across the school and have a senior leader that's responsible for it. Identify the needs of your school and community, which will then feed into your school improvement plan. Ensure that PSHE and the curriculum is mapped out carefully and incorporates the mental health curriculum framework. Engage families and the wider community to promote their well-being and signpost them to the help and support that they need. And every decision at every level is underpinned by the commitment to ensuring a positive mental health for all. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you all so much, Leanne, David and Sarah. Thank you. Such a great insight into the work that you're doing. I want to go through a couple of questions. I don't know who is going to answer them, but we'll give it a go and then see who the best person is. The first one is talking about the length of time to implement a strategy. Obviously, that can't happen overnight, but if we want to see some tangible results, how long would you say it takes to implement a strategy such as the one you've done at Nechel's? And then, you know, how quickly do you think you could see some tangible results in the school? Leanne, do you want to take that?
I thought Sarah might like to talk in terms of the TS training and the emotion coaching.
So obviously it's always evolving, and we've been on this journey now for about 2.5 years. I think that it starts with the ethos and the culture of making sure that all your values are underpinned and your strategies in place. We saw results really quickly, really, when we're talking about behaviour at playtime, just through that emotion coaching model, because some of our higher need children who don't respond necessarily very well to your consequence system in place because they're very dysregulated, having that emotion coaching and that script for all staff to use to be consistent gives them that opportunity then to understand, to begin to have an understanding about how to regulate themselves better.
Thank you. And I think some of the strategy, I think, came from the trust as well, didn't it? So it very much aligned with what you were doing. So thank you for that, Sarah. The next question is about the impact, obviously looking at the difference this has made and the impact measures. So what actual tools for measuring impact worked for you at Nechel's?
Shall I answer this one?
Thank you, David.
I think the Leeds Carnegie Award framework was a big help. That enabled us to prioritise what we wanted to achieve initially first, but equally drive forward that sustainable improvement. So I'd say that was really key.
We also used entry and exit surveys for any intervention that we did, and collected pupil and parent voice along the way, alongside any internal behaviour information that we had as well. And we also linked it into our early help. So Sarah talked about keeping that close link with your DSL in school, because everything interlinks. So there are quite a few sources that you can use to measure impact.
Thank you. And obviously you've talked a lot about lots of different things that you did. What would you say was the one thing that made the most difference for pupils, and the one thing that made the most difference for your staff?
We probably all could answer this in a similar way, but we talked about it has to be a whole school approach, and it has to weave into everything that you do. It's not tokenistic. We're not just buying in a couple of interventions and sort of putting them in here and there. And this has impacted both pupils and staff in terms of, so it is, there's a purpose to what we've chosen to do, our approach and why, and it's a focus across everything we do, from curriculum to staff CPD, through our assemblies, and therefore I think we often have, when visitors come to Nechells, they'll comment on the feel and the culture of the school, that, you know, it's not always about kind of stats that you can measure and produce. We do use those when necessary, but actually everyone buys into the importance of mental health and well-being, and we consider it when we make any decision, any changes. And I think that, you know, I could talk about individual intervention and packages and agencies we've worked with, but I think that's the most important thing.
Thank you. Leanne, David, Sarah, thank you again. Absolutely fascinating presentation. And I'm sure people have got an awful lot from that. So thank you so much. Colleagues, we are going to move now into our very final little short session. We are almost there, so please bear with us. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. First of all, thank you so much for joining us today. I do hope that you've got something out of it. And I feel from every single person who has presented today, there are so many takeaways and so many bits that we can take from that, which will benefit us all. And it has been an absolute pleasure hearing from all of them. I would just like to return to where we started this morning. And if an idea can help just one person, we think that should be shared. We are absolutely committed to keeping this conversation going, and we would love you all to come on this journey with us of sharing our best ideas and keep talking together. So thank you so much for that. If I may just do a little bit of housekeeping. Firstly, EACT Ideas conferences with Tess are CPD certified. So you will all get a personalised CPD certificate from today. We're also going to send you a recording of the whole conference so that you have that for reference, and hopefully you'll be able to share that with colleagues. And finally, please look out for more of these and for our next EACT Ideas conference. We will send you links and badger you to join us, but we would love you to come on this journey with us. So thank you again so much. And the final words I'm going to leave to John. So over to you, John.
Thank you. Yeah, from our perspective, we just want to thank EACT for this, because it's been fantastic CPD for everyone who's attended, and hopefully these videos will go out wider into the school community so that we can learn from the fantastic speakers today. And I think it was fitting we finished with practitioners at the end there, because throughout the pandemic, the mental health role of schools became such to the fore. It's always been there, but suddenly it was so obvious the sort of what schools were picking up from the strains on the sector that we've heard about today, strains on CAMS, strains on all these areas, and schools really stepped up. And I think of my own experience of my children going to school and the TA standing on the front gate every morning, just making children and parents feel secure in going to school. And I guess that's what it's all about, really. It's about making children feel comfortable in schools and safe. And I think that's what really underpinned today. And so we're really happy to have been involved. And as you said, we'll hopefully be involved in future conferences of this nature where we do share best practice between schools.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for listening.